In this video, we'll be seeing how to create an e-commerce application in Android. This is the demo of what we are going to develop in this video. So we are having a login screen and a registration screen. You can enter the details here and click on register, and that will create a new user details. We already have created a new user. So let's enter that details and click on login here. This is the home page. You can see that we are having the title, description, and the price, etc. here. So we are currently having 3 items, and you can see that here. Let's click on this one item, and you can see the details of that item here, and add to cart button. If you click on this add to cart button, it will add the item to the cart. You can see that toast message here on the bottom, and this item is now added to the cart. So let's go to the cart, and you can see that item on the cart. In the cart, we are having a remove button as well. If you click on this remove, that item will be removed. So let's go back and try adding this item maybe once, twice. Okay. So let's go back to the cart and check that. And you're having quantity that is equal to 2 here. So if you click on this remove now, quantity will become 1 here. See, that's it. Now you can, let's add this one as well. Okay. Let's add this one as well. And let's come back to the cart. And you can see now product 1 and product 2 is added. And let's try removing both of them. Let's try removing these two. That is removed, and this is also removed. And we can add this one. Let's add this to the cart, and it is added now. Come back to the cart. You can see it is added to the cart. Let's click on proceed now, and you get this option to enter the address and all those details. So let's fill this in. Let's enter the details here and click on pay now. Now this will open the Stripe payment option. And you can see that here. You can fill in these details using a demo card. You can enter these fake details. You can use this demo card and simply fill in these details and click on pay now. Now this will make the transaction successful since we are on test mode. You can see the payment is successful now. Payment successful, toast message, and we are taken to the home page. Now if you go to the cart, you can see the cart is empty. Now if you go to this orders page, you can see our new order that is created here. This is the new order. Okay, order ID 4. You can see that here, the price here, the product details here, quantity, and all those things here. Okay, and on the bottom you can see the other orders that we have made. You can see that here. Okay, you can see this payment ID as well. That means we are also implementing the webhook for Stripe, and this payment ID is getting updated to the table after this payment is completely successful. So everything is handled, and only the UI is not that much good, but it is usable. You can make the UI better, you can work on it, but the functionality is perfect, and you can improve on that as well. So this is what we are going to develop in this video. So let's get started with the implementation. Previously, we have done an e-commerce application in Laravel, and this is the web version of that. You could see this is the video. I'll give the link for this on the description. So in this video, we'll be making the Android version of this. So you could see this is the demo of the web version of the e-commerce application. We are having the view details page, and you could see that we are having the login, add to cart. If you click on add to cart, it will take you to login since you are not logged in. Let's enter some login details and click on sign in. So when you log in, you could see that order history is here, and you could also see the cart option. We are having the option to delete from cart. We are having pagination for everything. You could see that here, and all these things, you could see that. So now this is the web version. We'll be making the Android version for this e-commerce application. So you could watch this video and then continue. That will be better. But you could also only watch this video, and you could make the Android version only. We'll make this video standalone. I will explain everything. So you could skip watching this video and simply only make the Android version of this. We'll be using the source code of previous video. You could see this is the source code of previous video. So some things like a database, the migration files that we have created might get missed. So I will recommend you to watch that video first and then continue here. But I will show you all the migrations priorly, so you could understand all the migrations and tables that we have created. So let's see the migrations first. So you could see we are having users table. So this is the users default migration. We haven't added anything else. So simply create a new Laravel project and all these migrations will be there. So the things that we have added newly is this product migration and this cart migration, orders migration. These three migration files we have added. So you could see, let's open this one, and these are the migrations that we have added. So you could simply pause the video and you could type this. Simply create a migration using the command php artisan make migration space, give the name of the migration. That's it. You could simply create this migration and you could add these things to that. Okay. So add these two lines to the migration. If you have any doubt with the command, you could simply Google it or you could ask that in the comment section. I'll give you the command here. So you could see php space artisan space make migration space the name of the migration, that is products in this case. Okay. So you could run this one and it will create that migration. So just like this products migration, you have to create the cart migration. You could see that inside the cart, we are having user ID and product ID and the timestamps. And this ID is primary key. Okay. So you could just pause this video, make all the migrations and add all these code inside that. Let's see the orders migration. You could see inside this orders table, we are having user ID, product ID, quantity, total price, address, and all these things. So you could pause this video and you could simply type this. So that's all. These three migrations you have to create. Now you have to run the migration. For that, you could use the command php artisan migrate. And this will migrate all the files. That is the migrations files that you have inside this. That's all. So your migration part is complete, I guess. So if you are having any more doubt, I will recommend you watch the previous video. So you will get an proper understanding of what we have done in detail. And so that's it with the migration. Here we could see this config section. Go inside this app.php and you could see that we have added the Stripe key and webhook secret. So you could add this to the env and then add this here inside the app.php. Simply add this. You could see that this one. Okay. Simply add this two line here. And I think nothing else is added. So simply add that two files and you are good to go. So simply add this two line here. And then you can go to the .env section. Let's come here and you have to add your key secret and the key ID and key secret here. This is the key secret for webhook. Okay. This is the secret for webhook. So I have shown in detail from where you could get these key ID and the key secret for the webhook and all. So if you're having any doubt, because in that video, I have discussed in detail how to create the Stripe webhook. So if you're having any doubt, I will recommend you to watch that section at least. Okay. Simply skip over that video and you could find the part where we are creating the webhook. So you could simply watch that and you could create the webhook. So we might not be discussing in detail about the webhook in this video. We might simply skim through that. So you can watch that and you could add this one here. So that's all with the previous video, things that you have to add here. If you are continuing from this video, I will recommend you to watch the previous video because it will be much better. And you could make the web version and the Android version together, which is much better. Okay. So you could do that. And in case you are following along with this video only, you could simply start that also. That's why I just explained all these migrations and all those things. You don't have to worry about these controllers because we have to create them anyways. Okay. So in this case, we will not be having any views because we are not going to develop for the web version. This you could see, this is the things that we have done on the previous video. So you could simply skip this resources part. We don't need this. Okay. We only be using the API part. So you could go to this routes. You could see api.php. If you are not having this api.php in your project, you have to open the terminal and type, run this command php artisan space install :API. Okay. You have to run this command and it will add the necessary things to your project and this api.php will be added to the route section. So you could see we are having this webhook route here. Okay. So inside the webhook, you could see that we are having this webhook function. You could see that here. So we are using the key here. We are getting the content here, signature, and then we are verifying that here. So you could simply post the video and type it if you want. We might be coming back to this section and we'll be explaining this in detail also. So you could simply continue because we will need this webhook anyway. So we'll be explaining this on coming on sections. Okay. So that's it. So let's start with the video. First thing you have to do is let's create a controller for handling all the login registration part related to the mobile app. So for that, you can create a controller that is an make controller, and you can name it like auth manager. Since we are already having an auth manager here, if you check this one, you can see that we are already having an auth manager here inside this controllers, and this one is for the web version. Okay, so this is for the web, so we are returning the UI and all. So this we will not be using. Okay, we don't need this because we are doing this inside Android. So for that, we could create a folder. Okay, let's say mobile slash. Okay, so this will create a folder mobile, and then the controller will be created inside that folder. So you hit enter, and you could see the controller will be created in that folder. So the controller is created. So let's go to the controllers, and you could see a new folder, and inside that we are having this new auth manager. So don't get confused. This one we'll be only using that inside the API.php, and throughout this video we won't be using any other routes. Okay, this web.php is not required. We only need this API.php because all the UI part we'll be doing inside the Android. So let's create the login and registration function. Okay, so let's create a function for that. Function login and function register. Okay, we have to accept a request, $request here as well. If you go to the top, you can see the use statement, that is illuminate/http/request. You have to use this exact class, otherwise you'll be getting errors. Okay, so add these two functions, and then you can go to the API.php. Here we have to add a route. So we will be using route post. Okay, we only need post here, and this will be login. Give a comma here. Now you have to use the, let's pass an array, and you can call the controller, that is auth manager. And when you select, you have to select the one that is inside mobile. Okay, and you can see, let's go class. Now we can add this as a use statement. You can see this is added on the top here. Okay, so you can simply, I'm using PHP Storm. So if you are using something like a VS Code, you can use an extension, or you could simply add this line here. Okay, so this is very important. Add this here, and here we can give a comma and call our function login. Now give a semicolon here. That's it. Just like this, we need to add a route for registration. So that's it. So this is for registration. Now we have added the login and registration route. Now we have to implement these functions. For that, you can open the controller. Don't forget to open the one that is inside mobile. Open that, and then here we can write the login function. Let's validate the request. For that, we can call create a variable, and you could call validator. So you have to make sure that you are actually using this specific class, and you can call make. Okay, you can check that this is the exact class that you're using. Okay, make sure that you're using the exact class, otherwise you will be getting errors. So you have to check that. I'm using PHP Storm, so these things happen automatically, and it is easy to program in PHP using PHP Storm. And here we can pass a request all, and then give a comma and pass an array. You could check email required, password required, and then here we have to check. Okay, we can check if validate fails, then we can return a response something. Okay, we have to return a JSON response. So let's remove this one. So we have to response of JSON, and we can pass an array and we can add errors inside that. So here first we can pass a status. So status, we can set it as something like error, and then you can pass the errors. Okay, if you want to pass some message also, you can pass that as well. Here you will get array of all the messages. You can simply hover over this, and you can see it returns a message bag, and it contains, you could see we will be getting all the errors here. So you can also specify of messages. Okay, so this will return arrays. So you can simply hover over this, and you could see it is returning arrays. Okay, so this one was returning a class, so you could simply add this one as well. Okay, so this will return all the error messages, and that's it. Okay, so this, if this validate fails, we will be returning this one, and else we can proceed with our login. So for that, if we could check not auth of let's attempt login. For that, you could call attempt. So you have to import this class. Okay, simply type alt enter here, import class. You have to use this specific class. Okay, and you can see that is added on the top. Okay, and attempt. Now you can pass a request of only, and you can pass email and password. Okay, let's pass email and password. And inside the if, we can return an error message. So JSON response status error, and then we can pass something like a message something, and you can pass the message here. Okay, invalid credentials. Okay, that's fine. So you can also pass some message here as well. So we might not be showing all the errors, so because that will take much more time parsing all the errors. Okay, so message, you could simply pass some message here, some simple message. Okay, validation failed. Okay, error. Okay, that's fine. So we will be displaying this message, and we'll be checking the status also. Okay, so if status is error, we will be showing this error message. So that's it. Let's keep everything simple. Okay, so now if login fails, we are handling it here. Okay, everything is complete. Now here we could simply collect user details. So you could collect the user details, and then we have to create a token also. Okay, because we are using Sanctum authentication. So for that, let's create a variable token equal to $user. You have to call a function. For that to exist, you have to actually go inside the user model. So let's go to models and open user model. And here we have to add one thing, that is has API tokens. Okay, you have to type has API tokens. You can see Laravel/Sanctum. This one. Okay, so that will be added here. You can see that here. Okay, simply add this to the use statement inside the class. Okay, add this here. Simply add this to the model. And now if you try to call the create token, you can see we can give a name for the token. Let's add it as auth mobile, and we can access the plain text token. Okay, so this will return the token as a text, and we are storing that here. So this will create the token, and then it will store to the database, and it will return the token, and we are getting it to a variable. Now we have to return all these details as a response. So for that, we can return response JSON, and of course we need the status as success, and then we can pass the token. Of course we can pass the token, and then you can pass the user details. So simply user, and we are going to return the user details as well. You can see that here. So let me just simply format it. Okay, so you can see this will be our success response. So here the status is success, and you can see token and the user details. So user will be an array, and we will be fetching all those details. So this is our success details if login is successful, and that's enough. So now our login is complete. Okay, so our login function is complete now, and the next thing is to add the registration. So for that, you can simply copy this validate part from here, and you can add that here. In the case of registration, we might need the name also. So you can add that as well here. Simply add the name here. And the response is same. Okay. If validate fails, we are going to return an error message. You can change the message according to your need. And these error messages that we are passing here will include all the errors like name is required, email must be an email, and all those things. Okay. So you can add the constraints here. Okay. If you want to set the password as minimum 8, you can set that as min and give a colon and 8. You can set that and all. Okay. So that's up to you. You can set all those things here. And after validation, we can proceed with the registration. Simply create a new user. So user equal to user, and you can call create. So you have to use the model user. Okay. User of create. And inside that, we can pass an array, and we can pass name. Then you can set the value of the name, that is $request of a name. Okay. You could actually get this as an array. For that, you can simply come here. You could right now you can access this name like this. Okay. Name, and you will get it. Okay. So you can convert it to an array. For that, let's create a variable validated, and you could get $validate of validated. That's all. Now this variable will be in array, and all these things that is inside this after validation will be added to this as an array. So now you have to use validated of name. Okay, not the request of name, because request is not an array. Validated is array here. Okay, so you could do that as well. Okay, and here we need email. Of course, we need email and the password as well. Password will be encrypting it. So you can call hash make. In this case, you have to make sure that you are actually using this exact hash function, class, which is inside illuminate/support/facades. Okay. This is important. You have to always check this use statement. Otherwise, you'll get errors. Okay. Since I'm using PHP Storm, all these things happen seamlessly. So I will recommend you to use PHP Storm, but it is a paid version. You can use your student ID, student email, etc. to get it for free. So you can simply go to their website and get it. Okay. So I simply love using this PHP Storm because it is super easy to code in PHP Storm. And now here we can actually create a token, but we can avoid that. You can actually create the token here and simply avoid logging in again. Okay, because you simply have to return that token, and that's it. So you can do it in both ways. So you can either redirect the user from registration to login page so they can log in again, or you can simply, after registration, you can simply open the app you just need the token. So you can simply create the token here itself. Okay, you can create the token here like this, and you simply have to return it. That's all. So maybe we can return the token as well. Okay, so that's a better way. Okay, and that would be more user friendly. Okay, we have to set the status, and then we have to pass the token and user details. Okay, hope it is visible for you. Okay, so this is our response. Okay, we are passing all the details here. You can see we are passing the status, token, and the newly created user details. So this will create the user, and we are simply returning it. That's all. Now, in case of any exceptions, you can simply add a try catch, and you can manage that. For now, we are going to skip that, and the registration part is also completed. Okay, so our API for login and registration is completed. Now we can move to the UI part. Before that, we can see how to implement a logout function. So you can come here and add a function logout. We can pass a request, and now request of users, and then we can simply delete all the tokens related to that user, and then you can simply return a response. Let's send our status first, and then simply a message, comma here, and we can pass a message as well. And I hope it is visible. Let's format this one. Okay, so this is our response for logout. Okay, you can see that. Simply delete all the tokens for that specific users. Okay, not for everyone. For this specific user, we are going to delete all the tokens. You can also pass the name of the token as well. For that, you can simply come here and we can add a var here, and then you can pass the name here. Simply pass name and then give a comma, and you can pass the name. So in our case, the name is, you can see it is auth mobile. Okay, so this is the name of our token. So you can delete all the auth mobile token that we have generated for this user. So this will do the deletion of all the tokens, and then we are simply returning with a success message. That's all. So that's it with the logout, registration and login. Now we can move to the UI part now. Now you can open your Android Studio. So this is the latest version. So as of right now, this is the latest version. So I have downloaded and kept it ready. So if you don't know how to install and set up Android Studio, you can simply watch our previous video. We have already done that in detail. For installing Android Studio, it is very easy. You simply have to go to the website, download the file, click next, and the installation will be completed. That's it. Nothing else you have to worry about. So if you are using emulator, you have to enable the virtualization on your device. That's all. So nothing else. It is very easy to install Android Studio. You simply have to download the file and install it. And now you can create a new project here. So you have to choose empty view activity. So this is a question that beginners always ask me, that you are not getting a layout folder. Okay, so that's because you are selecting this empty activity. Okay, instead of that, you have to select the empty view activity, which is very important. Okay, and click next. And here we can give a name for our application, and then we can set a package name here. You can give the package name, and then I'm not going to change this for now. So you can set your package name here, and then you can select the folder to which you want to save this project to. Select the language. We'll be going with Java. If you want to go with Kotlin, you can also go with that. But this video will be in Java. Okay, so we can select the minimum SDK version. You can select this. And for the build configuration language, you can either go with Groovy or Kotlin. For now, we can keep it to Kotlin itself and click on finish. So this will start your new project. Let's wait for this to complete building the project properly. Okay, you can simply keep it automatic. Simply enable that, and also you can simply set that to automatic. Okay, and wait for this project to complete building. After the project is built properly, you can see this app folder here. Okay, so you can see this Android, and if you're not getting this properly, that means that the project is not built properly. Okay, so you can open resources, layouts, and here we have to add a layout for login and registration. So we can do that as an activity. So you can create, simply right click here, and you can get this new option and go to activity, choose empty view activity. Okay, and this one will be for login. So I'm going to do this faster because we have already discussed this in detail on previous videos. So I'm going to do this faster. So let's create this one. You can set this launcher. So this activity as a launcher, and you can click on finish. And one more activity we need for the registration. So simply come here, new activity, and set it for register, and you can click on finish here as well. Okay, this is not a launcher. Okay, only one launcher activity. Launcher activity means that will be the first activity that opens when you open the activity. Okay, so that's it. Now we have to work on with the layout. You can come here, and then inside the Java, you can see the classes are also added. Okay, and here on the login, we can add a login form. Okay, so let's come here. Let's change the parallel layout to linear layout, and you can set the orientation here. Orientation will be vertical, and you can set the gravity to center. And here we can simply add a edit text. It will be a very simple UI. I will not be concentrating too much on the UI part. So you can customize the UI according to your needs. I'll be keeping it simple, and we can add this one. Let's add the ID, and the ID here we can set it as let's set it as email. That's enough. Okay, and you can copy this one, and here we can set the ID as password. Okay, now we can set a hint for this one. So let's hit hint, and you can something like enter email, and one more for this one, hint. And enter password. Okay, so now we need one more thing, that is the button. So button, can set it as web content, and here you can set the ID, and ID will be like btn login. Okay, that's fine. You need a text view for transitioning between login and registration. So let's set that here itself. Okay, now text view, you can set it as wrap content. That's fine. And the text, okay, it is text equal to, you can maybe like create your account here. Okay, so you can add an ID for this as well. So ID register, and you can maybe set txt something. Okay, and that's it. So this is our UI. You can add a padding so that it will not touch the edges. You can see that here. Okay, you can see in the view part, you can see this layout here. Okay, simply check this one and you can see this. We are simply, you have to add a padding here. Okay, that's all. So here we can add a padding. Let's set it as something like 20 pixel or dp. Okay, 20 dp, and this is enough, I guess. Okay, for the button we have to set a text. Okay, so add a text like login, and yes, this is enough. So if you want to display some error messages, I'll be using toast for now. So if you want to display error messages as a text view, you can simply add a text view here and display that. Instead of the toast, you can add it as a text view here. So we can do that later on if I think it is reasonable to do that. I'll do that. So right now we'll be using toast, I guess. Okay, so that is enough, and let's copy this from here, and you can let's make this E capital. Okay, copy this one and go to the register, go to the split mode here. You can see that here. Okay, and now copy, and okay, you can paste it here and change this context to register. That's it, and everything else is fine. Okay, you need one more thing, that is for name. Okay, so for name you can copy this and add it here, and this one will be for name. Okay, enter name, and okay, so that's it. So this will be our okay, we can change the text here as well. Okay, that is the register, and instead of this create, you can change it to log in here. Okay, so this will be our UI. I am keeping the login UI as simple as possible because we need a lot of things to cover. Okay, we have a lot of things to cover. We have to add retrofit to our project. For that, you can open this URL. I'll give the link, and simply go to this download, and you can copy this implementation. So this is in Gradle. We have to convert it. Okay, so click on this GitHub link as well. So check the URL and open this one, and you can check the latest version, and it is this one. Okay, 2.11.0. So copy that as well. And we also have to add this JSON converter. So for that also, I'll give the link. It is on same repository. You have to open the link. I'll give the link. So check this link and you can open it, or you can simply search for JSON converter. Simply search this one and you will get this URL. Okay, so this is the URL. You can open it and you will get it. So open this one and you can scroll down and you can copy this dependency. Okay, and then you can open this Android Studio project and go to Gradle scripts, build.gradle app module, and here we can paste everything. Okay, so let's paste this. Okay, this is the converter, and first we can paste this one, that is the retrofit. So we have to convert this to Kotlin. So simply add this one and change the single quotes to double quotes. Do that here as well. Okay, and that's it. Now for this part also we have to do that, convert this to Kotlin, and we have to give the latest version for both. So the latest version for both is this one. So you can give that version here. So that's it. So these are the dependencies that you have to add. Simply add these two, and you can click on sync now. You can see this yellow lines. You can simply click on this and type alt enter, and you can click on this replace with the new library catalog, and it will be added to a new place which you could manage the version and all easily. Okay, right now for keeping it simple, I will be keeping it like this. Okay, and click on sync now and close this. So these two are added to our project. Now we have to create a class. So let's create a new Java class here and name it API client. And we can here, we can create a variable. Let's make it private static final, and this is a string, so you can set it as string base URL. So we'll be setting the base URL of our project here. So we have to fetch the URL later on. I'll show you how we'll be getting it. We'll be using the IP address, local IP address, and getting the link and all. Okay, so I'll show you how to do that. Then private static, and you can create the object for retrofit. Okay, now you can specify a function. Okay, public static and retrofit get client, create a function, and here we can check if it is null or not. If retrofit equal to null, if it is null, we can initialize the object. So retrofit equals new retrofit dot builder dot, we can set the base URL. So base URL and pass the base URL. Then dot add converter factory. So that is this one, add converter factory, JSON converter factory dot create, and again add a dot, call build, and give a semicolon. That's it. And now we have to return this one. So return retrofit. Okay, so this will be our API client class. We have to give the base URL here. So in order to get this base URL, let's open our Laravel project, and you can go to the terminal section. Now here we have to run this project, and we have to specify the port as well. Okay, port and the host as well. Okay, so for that you can type PHP artisan, and you can call the serve, then give a space -- host, and we have to specify the host. So in order to get the host, we can go to the command prompt. So simply open the command prompt, and here you can type ipconfig and hit enter. So now if you are connected to a Wi-Fi connection, you could use this method. Okay, otherwise you have to host this somewhere, or you will have to find alternatives. Okay, so I will recommend you to use an emulator while testing, because otherwise you will have to make sure that your device, that your mobile device is connected to the same Wi-Fi network as that of your system. Otherwise this IP will be different. So this is a local IP address. Okay, it is not accessible publicly. So you can copy this local IP, that is this IPv4. Okay, you can see that it is of my wireless LAN adapter. Okay, so get this one, copy that one, and we can specify that here. That's it. And then we can also specify port. Give a space port equals, and we can specify it as 8000 itself. Okay, and hit enter. Now this Laravel application will run on that exact host and the port. So you can see the Laravel application is running on this URL. You can simply click on this, and you can see that our Laravel application is loaded. So that means this is working. Okay, so this will be our URL. So you can copy that URL, and you can paste that here. Okay, simply add this will be our base URL. Okay, give a slash, and it will be API. This is the Laravel's API route, default route. Okay, so we are specifying that, and this is our code. Okay, so it is fine. Okay, so this is not HTTPS, it is HTTP. You cannot give HTTPS because we are not having an SSL. So you can go to this manifest, and we have to add uses clear text traffic and set it to true. Otherwise this HTTP will not work. Okay, you have to add this as this option here on the manifest, and then only it will work. Okay, so that is important. Okay, many of you asked me doubts related to this, so I'm showing you. So don't forget to add this one. It is important if you're using HTTP. And that's it. So our API client class is complete. Now we can create a model class for user. So for that, we can create a class. So let's name it user, maybe like a user request or user details or something. And you can enter. And here we can specify private string name. And just like that, we have to specify the email and password. Now we have to create a constructor. So public, use a user request, and inside that string name, give a comma, string email, give a comma, string password. Now we have to set it using this dot name equals name. Just like that, do for email and password. So now this model class will be used to send the user details. And in case of login, we'll be setting this name as null. So that's what this will be used for. Now we can create one for receiving the response, because inside this, this response from the login, we will be having token and other things as well. So for that, you can create another one that is auth, maybe like a response, hit enter. And here also we need, status. We need status. So we'll be getting the status. It's private string status. And then we will be getting token. So private string token. And also we will be getting the user details. So for that, we can create one more model. So let's create a user model. So this one will be for storing the user details. So this one, we will be having all those things that we have given inside the request, this one. So you can copy this from here and you can give that here. And change this constructor here. And you don't need this. You don't need this constructor. You can remove this. If we need, we will be adding it later on. So here we need to set the name. We will be having ID. So let's set it as int or something. Maybe string is also fine. We can set it as ID. And we need name, email, password, and that's it. A password is not required. Password will be encrypted, so that won't be required. So ID, name, and email for this user model. So let's go back to auth response, and here we can create private user. We are going to use that user model of user. And now we can create some getters and setters. So we will need getters, I guess. So get status and get token and get user. And for the user model as well, we can create some getters and setters. So that might be useful. We might need it. So I'm not sure right now. So as we progress, we might be needing these. So you can simply create getters and setters for all the fields. So get and set email and get name and set name. That's it. It's very simple to create getters and setters. Now this model is completed. User model is completed. Nothing else here. So you can close this one. And here we might have to come back here. As we progress, we might be coming back here. So now we can go to our registration activity. That is this one. And here we can access. Let's come here, and we have to create a variable for edit text. So let's come here and create edit text email. Also, let's make it for edit text name, since this is for registration, and edit text password. And that's it. Now we have to initialize them. So you can come here, edit text name equals find view by ID r.id dot, and give the ID that is name. So if you want to verify, you can simply click on control and use the mouse to click this one. You can see we are taken to this one. And go back to register, and here we have another thing that is email. So give r.id dot email, and the next one that is password. So for password also r.id dot password, I guess. Now we need a button. So you can come here. So create a button reg, something like that. Create an object, and here we have to initialize that. So button reg equals find r.id dot. So the button name was btn. I think we haven't given an ID for the button. Let's go to the UI and check. So you can go inside this register, and we have given an ID that is btn login. We can change it to register. Okay, btn reg. So this button is on register activity, therefore we have changed it. Okay, so you have to set the IDs properly. That will be btn reg. Now for the button we can set on click listener. So set on click and new on click listener. Okay, on click listener, and here we can fetch the name, email, and all those things. So string name equals, we can fetch the details with the edit text name dot, we can call get text dot, we have to convert this to string to string. So same like this, we need email and password. So change this to email and one for password, and change the edit text variable as well. So edit text email and edit text password. Okay, so that's it. Now here you can check if the values inside this name and email and password is empty or not. For that you can simply add an if condition. If name equals to, you can check if name, let's get name dot equals to empty or something. So you can set that here. Replace with is empty. Okay, you can replace with is empty. If name is empty, you can maybe show an error message here. Be like show a toast message. Toast dot make text get application context, give a comma, and pass the message. So name is required, give a comma, and toast dot length will be short and dot show. Okay, that's it. So let me just zoom this one so you could properly view the code. So hope it is visible right now. Okay, so this is our toast message. Okay, this is it. Okay, let me just format it. Okay, so this is our toast message. If name is empty, we are going to show this toast. And you can do this for email and password as well. So you can add these if conditions, and we can also simply add a return statement here as well. So we have to open this if conditions, close it. Okay, let me just make it to single line, otherwise nothing will be properly visible. Okay, so this is better. Okay, so you can simply return as well. So you can open this if as well, close it here, open this one, and close it here. Okay, so let's just add it right here. Okay, now you can type a return here and return here as well, and here also a return. So here, if name is not present, we are going to show this error message, and if email is not present, this one, and for password, this one. So after this, you can come here. So after this if conditions, we can create object for user register request, user request, and user request equals no user request, and then we can pass the name, give a comma, email, give a comma, and the email, give a comma, and password. Okay, you can pass these, give a semicolon here, and now we have to create an API service class. So we can go to here and let's create a service class. So you can name it maybe like auth API service, and inside this we can set post request. So it will be post, and call it will be auth response. That is this model class that we have created. Okay, and we can call register can, and in this we have to set the body, that is body, that will be user request. Okay, give a semicolon just like this. Let me just, okay, hope this is visible for you. Okay, this one post, you have to specify register here. Okay, register. Okay, now we have to create a API service class. So for that you can open this one and go to the Java part. So we have to create an interface actually. So you can create an interface. So select interface here, and you can set the name, something like auth API service, and hit enter. And inside this, you can call at post, and this will be for register, and then you can call for auth response and create a register. Inside that, you can pass body, that is at body, and that will be user request. Okay, give a semicolon. Just like this, we have to do for login as well. So you can simply copy this one from here and paste it here and change this to login. Let's hit an enter here, and this one correct, and this one will be login, and this is also correct. Okay, so this will be our login and register. So now we have to call this from our register. So for that, we have to create an object. So you can come here. Okay, come here on the top, and let's create an object. Maybe like private is enough. Private auth API service, and name it something. Okay, create an object for auth API service. That is this interface that we created. And you can go back here, come back here. Okay, now everything will be here. So before this one, we have to initialize this object. So you have to be inside this on create. Maybe you can do that here. Okay, you can come here, and auth API service equal to API client dot get client dot create. Okay, and then pass auth API service dot class. Give a semicolon. That's it. And you can come here, and here you can type auth API service dot register. That is this function. Okay, this one. Okay, we have specified that here. Okay, come back here and register. Then we are passing user request. That is this one. Okay, and you can dot enqueue new callback of okay auth response. Okay, and here you could see that we are having on response and on failure, and we are getting this auth response here. Okay, response is auth response. Okay, so here inside this on response, if you don't understand, I will just go back few steps. Okay, and you simply have to type call back. Okay, call back, and you can see this is the option that you have to select, and it will add all the override methods. You can see, and okay, inside this on response, we can check the response if it is successful or not. So maybe like if response dot is successful. Okay, and also and we can check if body is present or not. Okay, you have to use and symbols. Okay, and maybe like response dot body, and we can check if it is not empty. So not equals null. That's okay. Okay, and if it is not null, that means that registration is successful. Since we are setting the status to be 200 for all the responses, we have to check the status ourselves. Okay, so for that, maybe you can set the status in the API side itself. So let's open this Laravel application, and here, okay, here on the responses, let's go to register, and here on this validate field, so we can set response for this one. So here, give a comma after this JSON array. You can set the response like 0.401. Set a response status. Okay, response status. And for same like this, you can set for other error messages as well. So this is 200. That's fine. You can either set it or you can simply avoid it. So if you are setting the status, it is 200. Okay, that is not required though. Okay, and anything else that we are missing? Okay, so there is nothing else in case of register. In case of login, you have to set it here. So this one you could set it as something. Okay, let's set this one, and here also you can set for 1. Okay, this one you can set as for 3. Okay, status. So set the status here. So that will check, and you could make it easier with retrofit. Okay. So now that you have set the status, you can use this one. That's enough. If you want to check the status, you can do it. Well, let's create a variable for auth response. Auth response equals, you can get it from the response dot body, and now we can set check the status. So if auth response dot get status, and you can check if it is equals dot equals, and you can check if it is equal to success. If it is equals success, you can proceed with the execution, and if it is false, you can show some error message or something. Okay, so in case it is success, you can see on the API part we are returning success in case of success. Okay, so you can open this auth response and you can see this status we are setting it. So we are getting it, and we are going to use that here. Okay, and that's it. So you can check the status here. In addition with that response status that we have set, okay, you can check this status as well. Okay, so here we can actually store these details to shared preferences. So we have created an object for shared preference, and we have initialized it. You can give the name of shared preference here. You can actually set the, let's set the package name. So that's also better. So instead of this, you can give any name here. Okay, that doesn't matter. So let's give the package name here, and you can set this to private. Okay, so the mode is private, and then we can store, let's create an editor. So shared preferences dot editor, create an object. So create an object for editor, and now we can call editor dot put string, and in this we can store the token. So token, so the token you could get that from auth response dot get token, and just like that you could store the name and email. So this will be name, this will be get name, it will be get, okay, get user dot get name. Okay, and this one will be email. Okay, so this one will also be get user dot get name, because if you open this auth response, you could see that here it is a model of user, and inside that user we are having the name, email, etc. So that's why we used it like that. Okay, so we are saving all those. Now we have to commit it. For that, editor dot apply. Okay, so that's it. So this will save the details to shared preferences. Now we can actually, so the login is completed now. We just need this token. That's all. Right now, login means you just need to generate this token and get it to your application and store it somewhere. Now we can call an intent, create an object, and you can actually start the main activity intent. So get application context, and you can start the main activity dot class. Okay, now you can start the activity. For that, start activity, and pass the intent object. Now you can finish this activity. Okay, so after starting the activity, finish this current activity. That's all. So this will start the main activity class. Okay, and in the else part of this if condition, you could simply show some error message. So let's add else, let's show a toast message. That will be enough. So toast. So you could show a toast message here, and you could pass some error messages also. So let's pass error. We could make the messages and all better later on. So for now you can set that. So we are also having this if condition. So you could simply copy this toast and add an else here and paste it. So that's enough for now. You could actually make that better. So the main area is you have to add this properly. That's all. So now after registration, it will open the main activity. You have to implement the login also. Okay, so the login is almost simple. This is login. So you have to implement the same on the login part. So for now, we can check if whatever that we have done so far is working or not. So let's open the manifest, and we have to add users permission for internet, and that's it. Now we can run this application and check. So let's open the emulator and try running it. So we could see that it is opening the login screen. So let's go to the manifest and let's minimize this one. And here we could change this register to launcher activity. So that will solve the issue. So let's change this to register, and for login, you can change this here. Okay. So now register will open first. Okay. So because we are setting this as the launcher activity, and you can set the main activity as default. That's it. Okay. And now you can run it again. So let's open it. Okay. So wait for it to run. You can see now the emulator has opened, and this is the register activity. We can try entering some details here. So you can enter the user details and click on register. Now you can see the registration is complete and it is opened the main activity. You can see that. Okay. So it is very simple. So whatever that we have implemented right now is working properly without any errors. So we can go to let's go to the database and check if the new user is created or not. For that, we can open the SAMP and let's start Apache. So we could check the PHP MyAdmin. So you can click on this admin near the MySQL. This will open our PHP MyAdmin dashboard. You can see that. So our database is Ecom. So you can open that. So if you don't know where you have set up your database name, that you can see that here. Okay. You can see that here. This is our database name. Root is the default username in SAMP, and password will be empty. So you have to set up this database name, and you have to set this database username and password as well. And this is our database. So let's go to the users, and we could see a new user created. See, that's all. So let's go to access tokens, and you can see an access token registered for the user 3. You can see the ID is 3 here. So our registration is happening properly, and you can see that. So the registration is complete. Now we can copy paste almost everything from here, I guess, and we can make the login ready. So let's minimize this emulator, and we can copy, I think, everything from this object and go to login, and you can paste that here in the login Java part. You don't need name. So you can remove the edit text name from the, let's go back to register, and we can copy everything from here and till here. Okay. So copy everything which starts from here and till here. Okay. So this is the closing of that on create method. Okay. So till the end here. Okay. And you can paste that here. So let's minimize. Okay. Hope it is visible now. And here we don't have the name, so you can remove that. So email, password, ID is same, so you don't have to worry about that. If you go to this login, you can see ID is email, password is password, and yes, the button ID is changing. It is BTN login, so you have to change it, otherwise the app will crash. And this one we haven't implemented it. We will be implementing it soon. So you can go back to login. Where is it? Okay, and we can change the button ID to BTN login, and the object auth API services. Okay, it is correct, and button on click listener. Okay, you can change the object name for the button from button reg to login. This is just naming for you to understand. Okay, when you refer, so you can change that name from reg to login. You can remove this name from here, and this name if condition as well. Remove that, and you don't have name here, so you can pass null. Simply keep it to null. That's it. And something else. Okay. And we have to change this register to login. Okay, so this login is this one that we have added. This is the route. You can see that. Okay, so route will be like /API/login. We have set the root base URL earlier. That is here. You can see the base URL here, and this one already have the /API in it. Okay, you can see that here. /API is here. So that will be the route. So I think login is almost complete. So it should work like this. So we are taking the token from here and we are storing it to shared preferences. We are checking if the response has success and all those things. You can see everything is working. So we can try running this. So let's run this one, open the emulator, and okay, we have to go to the login screen. So let's go back to the manifest here and let's change back the login and register launcher activity. You can change it back. So it is here, register. You can actually change login and login to here. Okay. So simply change register activity to here and login to launcher activity. That's all. So this is the login activity. Okay. Now you can run it. Now the app has launched. We can try logging in. So let's enter the details, enter the email and password and click on login. And you can see login is also successful here. You can minimize this emulator and let's go to login, and we have to implement a thing so that we will not have to log in again once we are logged in. So for that you have to, let's copy this from here and we can add it to the top. So let's copy this from here. Let's cut it from there. Okay. And we can add it. Okay, let's add it here. And you can copy this, add it here on the top, and you can remove this here. So you are accessing this shared preferences object. Okay. And this one also, you can create the object on the top, give a semicolon and remove this. Okay. So that's it. And now we can check if the token is null or not. And if it is not null, we can open the main activity. Otherwise, we can proceed with this activity. So for that, you can add if. So before if, we have to fetch it through a token, so variable. So we can do that first. So string, maybe like token equals shared preferences dot get string, and the string name was token. Okay, token, and give a comma, and it will be null. Default value is null. And now we can check if token not equals null. Okay, if token is not equal to null, we can open the main activity. So you can start activity, no intent, pass get application context, give a comma, and you can call main activity dot class. Now after starting the activity, we can call finish, and that's it. So if token is not null, we are going to finish this login activity. So this is in login. You can see the file here. Okay. So you can close this register manifest, and these things are no more required. You can close it. Okay. Close it. Okay. Close it. Okay. So we are in login now. So you can see here we are adding this condition here. And if token is not null, we'll be starting the main activity. Else, we will continue this. So now if you try to run this application, you can see that the login screen won't be showing. You can see that directly open the main activity. Okay. And inside the main activity, we are only having hello world. That's why it is showing hello world. Okay. And that's this one. Okay. So you can add this one and you could achieve this one. That's all. And in register, you don't have to add this because register is definitely going to be open once. So you could avoid this. So login is completed. So you could move to main activity now. So let's go to main activity here, and we have to implement the main things. That is, first of all, we have to show the list of items in the home screen. So that we will be doing here. So for that, we have to create an API. So till now, we have completed the login and registration properly. So next thing, we'll be displaying the list of items in this home screen. Main activity will be our home screen. Then we'll be implementing the cart and the order history. So these three things we have to implement. So let's start with the home page. So that is main activity. We have to create the API side for listing all the products. So you can open your Laravel project, and this is the migration for products. You can see that here. So in the table products, we are having title, slug, description, image, price, timestamp that is created and updated it, and also the ID. That's it. So this is the migration. So hope you have run the migration and all. Now we have to set up a controller. So let's create a controller for this one. So let's create one. So let's open the terminal. You can type PHP artisan make controller home manager. So you can give any name. So let's create the controller. And okay, we created it inside this folder. So you can simply move it to this mobile folder. So simply move that to mobile folder. Okay. So while creating, you can simply add something like mobile / and home manager. That's it. So I forgot to add that. So simply add this folder name as well. And then you can run this command. So add your controller and it should be inside this mobile. Okay. So we are keeping everything related to the mobile app inside this folder. So it will be easier for you. Okay. Now here we can create a function. So function, let's say list or index something you can give any name. Here we are going to return the products and we'll also be adding a pagination. And you can also implement authentication, but that is not required since this is accessible publicly. In the web part also, we can see that it is accessible publicly. Since this is an API, you can add this to the middleware. That is better. So we can add this to middleware. So you can add a request here. So select this request, illuminate /http/request and $request. And here we can get the products equals to call the products model. So if you are not having this products model, you have to create it. Okay. So for that, you can simply open the terminal and you can create the model like a PHP artisan make model, and you can specify the model name, that is products, and hit enter. Since we are already having this model, this command will not work. Okay. So you can create this products model and I will show you the model. So this is the model and you can see I have already specified the table name. If you are getting any errors related to table name, like this table doesn't exist again and all, you can simply add this table variable, protected table, and specify the table name exactly. And that will work. Okay. Now we can call that model here, that is products, and you can return, okay, we are going to add a pagination. So you can call paginate and then you can set the pagination of like a 10 or something. Since we are testing, we can set it to 5 or something. Okay. So you could identify it faster. Now you can return and we will be returning a response of JSON and you can return the products. So this function will return the products and it will be having the pagination as well. Now you have to call this function. For that, you can come to api.php and we can create a route and we'll be adding a middleware. So you can create a route group here. Route, let's add a middleware. First of all, middleware, let's add auth sanctum, sanctum, and you can call this group. Let me just, okay, hope it is visible. And you can give a semicolon here and open this function. Now inside this route group, you can add all the other routes that needs this middleware, that is auth sanctum. Okay. So whatever route that you're going to add inside this route group will need the API key authentication. So you can add a route post. We'll be adding a post route and we can maybe set it as list products or products/list or something. So you can add this route. This is the URL and you can call our controller. So that is home manager and class. You can add this to the top as a use statement. You can add it here. Okay. And then you can call the function, that is index. That's it. So this will be our route. Okay. And we are adding it inside the middleware and it's a route group. Okay. So that's it with the API part. Now you can use this and access the data that we need. So you can go to the Android part. In the Android part, we can first of all create a model for products. So we need that. So products and you can create that. So we need ID So you can set private int id, and then we need a string title. So private string title, and we need a description, and we need something like images, price, etc. So we can add that. So these are the things that we will be having inside the products, that is ID, title, description, image, price, which is float, and the slug. Okay, so these things you can add here. Now we have to add the getters for all these. Okay, so get ID, and you can add all the getters. You can start typing like get and then the first letter, that is title for T for title, and we can hit enter. That's all. Add everything. So we have added the getters for everything, I guess. Okay, slug, price, image, description, title, ID, and okay, we have added all the getters. So that's all with the model of products. You can close that. Now we have to create another one, and let's create another one for pagination related things, because we will not be loading everything together. We'll be using the pagination. For that, let's create one for paginated response and hit enter. And here we will be having the things like current page and the last page, etc. You can check the API response and you'll see we will be getting all those things. So I already know that, so I'm going to add required things first of all. So we need a list of products first of all. So list, you can add that. It is definitely required. So products, and you can create products. Okay, and that's it. You can import this class. Now we need current page and last page. Now we can set the getters for these three. Okay, so get current page, get last page, and get products. So these are the getters that we need. Now you have to add the name of the JSON object and array that we will be getting from the response. For that, you can type at serialized name, and you can specify. In this case, the products will be inside data, so you can give data here. And this current page, you can copy this here, and you can add it here and also here. And in case of current page, it will be current underscore page. And in the case of last page, it is last underscore page. Okay, so these are the things that you have to add. You have to add this. Okay, it is important. You have to add this. And you have to add this in the exact order also. So now this part is completed. You can close this file. You won't be have to open this again. So you can close this. Now we have to create one more thing, that is an interface for the product. So you can name it like products API service. And here you can specify the routes. So our route is at post, because it is a post method. And the route was like, I think, products / list, I guess. And you can add a call. It will be paginated response, and you can call it get something like get products or something, products. And we have to pass the header, because this route is under the middleware sanctum auth. So you have to add this header. You have to pass the token as the header. So at header, you have to specify authorization, and you can specify string token. Give a comma, and you have to also pass the query for the page number. Okay, so you can pass at query, and it will be like page, and you can pass the integer. It will be int something like page or something, and that's it. You can give a semicolon here. So this will be our route, and you have to pass the token, authorization token. That will be a bearer token. We will specify that in the part where we are making the request, and then you have to pass the query for this page number. Okay, you can close this one and open the main activity Java file. Here, first of all, we can create the UI for the product, displaying the product details. For that, you can right click on the layout and go to new, and you can click on layout resource file, and you can name it product item, and you can click on OK. So this will create a new layout file here, and you can go to the split mode. Here we can change the parent layout to card view. So simply add card view, and okay, you can change height to wrap content. Now I'll be creating this UI quickly, and I'll explain you. So let's create this quickly. So this is our UI. Hope you saw. So we are having a card view here, and you can see we have added the padding and all those things. And then we are having a linear layout, orientation vertical. Inside that we are having image view, text view for title, text view for product details description, and a text view for the price. That's all. So this is our simple card view, and in this you can see this is the look how it will be looking. You can simply add some image here and see. So I have added this which was available in the drawable, and you can see this is how it will be looking. Okay, so we will be adding the images and the title, description, price from our API to this one. So this is how our card view will be looking like. So this is complete. You can, if you didn't get this, you can post the video, and you can type everything. Simply post the video and you can type everything. Okay, now you can go to the activity main, this file. Can go to the split mode. Okay, we can go to this code, and you can change the parent layout to linear layout here. Set orientation to vertical, and you can remove this text view completely from here. And we will be using a recycler. You can select Android X dot recycler view, widget dot recycler view. Select this one, and you can set this to match parent, width to match parent, and height to wrap match parent itself. And you can close this one. You have to set the ID for this also. So this will be our recycler view, and we are having the ID, that is recycler view. So our layout part is complete. Now you can go to the Java part. So we have to create an adapter and all. So you can go to the main activity Java, and here you can create an object for recycler view. Create an object for this one, and you can initialize this object inside the onCreate recycler view equal to find view by ID r.id.recycler view. That is the ID that we have given earlier. Okay, and then you can set the layout manager. So recycler view dot set layout manager, and you can set new linear layout manager. Pass the activity this. Okay, pass the context. Hope it is visible. I'll just, okay, so this is it. And then we have to set the adapter. So for that we have to create the adapter first. So let's create the adapter first, then we will be doing the fetch product part. So you can, okay, we can either fetch the product first of all, or we can do the adapter first and then the fetching part. Let's do the adapter first. Okay, so you can create a file here, create a Java file. You can name it product adapter, and you can hit enter. So here we can extend this class. So extend, and you can extend recycler view dot adapter. So you can see this error here. So you can simply hover over this one, and you can see implement methods, or you can click here and type Alt Enter, and you'll get this option, implement methods. Click that, and you can see that we have to add this create view and bind view, get item count, etc. So you can select all those and click on OK. Now that will add the methods here. Now we have added the methods, override on create view holder and the bind view holder and the get item count. Now we have to create a constructor for this. So you can come here and let's create a constructor. So before that we have to create private. You can set final context and create a context variable. Okay, you have to import this class, and we need private, final, and you can specify list of products, which is the model. So we have named the model like products. It is better if you name it like product. Okay, and that doesn't matter, it will work anyways, but since this is details, since this model is holding the details of a particular product, it will be better to keep it as product. So in this case, I'm not going to change it. You can change it if you want to. It is quite easy in Android Studio. Okay, I will show you how to change the name. Okay, so you can simply come here and you can click on refactor and you can click on rename, and you can simply remove this product here, S from here, and click on refactor, and you can see this changed here. Okay, I didn't change it, it automatically changed. So you can see that wherever that you have used this class, it will be changed automatically. Okay, so that's it, very simple. And you can create a object for that. Now we have to create the constructor here. So for that, you can create public product adapter, and we have to accept the context, and you can accept the list of product and products, and inside that we have to set the data to this variables. Okay, so this dot context equal to context, and this dot products equal to products. That's it. We'll be passing these details. So I'll show you from where we'll be passing and all. Then inside the on create view holder, we have to inflate the view. So for that, okay, you can remove this return statement from here, and you can use view, and the view, create an object equals layout inflator dot from, and you can use the context dot inflate r dot layout dot, and the file name that was okay, we can check that file name. The file name was product items. Okay, product item. Okay, so you can give that file name here, that is product item. Give a comma, you have to pass this parent here, parent, give a comma, and you can pass false, and you can give a semicolon here. So that's it. I will hit an enter here so you can view it properly. Okay, so this is it. Add this view here, and now we can return. So before that, we have to create a view holder. So for that, you can come below this function, that is get item count, and you can create a public static class, which you could name like product view holder. Extends, you can give recycler view dot view holder. Open the class, and inside that we need to specify the things like title, description, price, image, etc. So let's create a text view for them, text view, and that is for title, description, and price. I think that's all with the text view. So another thing is image view. So in the image view, you can set image view accept. Okay, and now we have to create the constructor for this public, that is product view holder, and we will be passing, okay, we could type view item view. Okay, you can pass view, and you can return super of view. Now inside this, we can initialize all these objects. So for that, you can come here and title equals to, and view dot find view by id, r dot id dot, you can specify the id, that is product title. Just like this, we have to initialize the description, price, and image view also. So let's do that. Copy the description here, and it is product description here. Duplicate the line, and the price, add the price here, and it is product price here. Now for image view, that is image view, add it here, and it is product image, I guess. Okay, you can initialize all the objects here, and that part is complete. Now you can come here and return new product view holder, and inside that you can pass the view that we are creating on the top. Okay, and that's it. Now you can also just return the count, item count. So for that, you can type products dot size, and that is complete. Now you have to create one more function. You can come here and this will be used later on. Private string. So this function is for simply shorting the description. Okay, so description can be longer. So in order to make the description shorter, we will be using this function. That's it, nothing else. This function is for simply making the description shorter. Otherwise, the card view will be looking bad. So we can set a limit for the description. So that's what we are going to do in this function. Okay, so we can return description dot length. We are going to check the length. If the length exceeds something like 100, we can add a description dot substring, and we can specify 0 to 97 something, and you can add plus, and we can add this thing like these 3 dots here, or you can simply return the description. If it is not greater, we'll be returning the description. That's all. So that's it for that function. I will enter here. Okay, hope it is visible properly. Simply add this function. We will be using it later on just to reduce the size of description, nothing else. Okay, and I think everything else is completed. Now we have to work on this on bind view holder. So inside this on bind view holder, we can create a product, create an object, product equals, we are getting the products, and dot, we can get the index that will be this position here. So you can add the position here, and you will get that exact positions product details here inside this product variable, and you can set that to the view. For that holder dot we can hold the title. So okay, you have to change this recycler view dot view holder to the view holder that we have created at the bottom. So that is like product view holder, and you have to specify that here as well. Okay, so simply add this, and it is product view holder, add that here. That's it, product adapter dot product view holder, add this one here. Okay, and now you can come here also, you have to change here as well. Okay, product view holder, and nowhere else. Okay, that's it. Now here you can access the title list. Okay, title dot set text. Okay, and we can get product dot get title. Sorry, product, it is product dot get title, and that will set the title. Just like this, we have to set the description and price. So we have set the price, and you can see that since this is a float, it is showing this error. You can simply click here and type Alt Enter, and you can either make it to, okay, you can we can simply wrap this inside string. You can string dot value of, and you can pass this one. That's much better. Okay, so now we are returning the string value here. Okay, converting this to a string, and then we are going to set it. Okay, and now what else we have to do? Okay, we have to load the image to the image view. For that, we will be using something like a glider or Picasso. So we can use glide. Okay, so let's check out the glide. So you can open this GitHub URL. I'll give the link. So open this GitHub URL, and we can scroll down and get this implementation. Copy this one, and you can go to Gradle scripts here, module app, and here to this one, you can paste this one here. You have to change Groovy to Kotlin. Simply add this. That's it. So you have to add this line. That's all. Now click on Sync Now. So this will add glide to your project. Now after building, you can close this one and go to the, okay, you can come back to the product adapter. So let's wait for this build to complete. Now you can call the class glide dot with how to pass the context, and you can load the image. So get you have to call product. Okay, it is product dot get image, and then dot into, then we have to pass the view, that is holder dot image view, and give a semicolon. That's it. Now this will load the image to the image view. That's all. Very simple. Now we can set an on-click listener for the item. So for that, you can type holder dot item view dot set on-click listener new on-click listener, and inside this we can add an intent to open the new activity which shows the details of that specific item. Okay, so this is for listing all the items, and on clicking that exact item we need to open a activity and show the details of that specific item, and we have to add a button to add to cart and all those things. So you can add that intent here. Okay, so right now we are not having that activity, so we can create that activity right now itself. Okay, so come here, right click, new, go to the activity, and you can click on empty view activity. You can rename this to something like product details or something. You can give the name product details, and you can simply click on finish. Now that will add that activity. So here, where is it? You can come back. You can open that adapter, and you can create the intent. You can directly call, okay, we have to pass the details, so you have to create the intent object itself. Okay, intent. So let's create an intent. I'll show you why we, instead of directly calling start activity, I am going to create this object, because we have to pass some things along with the intent. So for that, I'm going to do this. So new, I'll show you what we are going to do. Intent. Okay, you have to pass the context, give a comma, and the new activity, that is product details dot class. Now you can call intent dot put extra, and you can specify the product ID. You have to pass the product ID, and we can pass like product dot get ID. So you can access this product ID from this class. Okay, I'll show you how we will be accessing that. And just like this, you can pass every details also, or you can simply pass the ID and then load it again inside that activity. So in order to reduce that work, we can actually pass everything. So you can actually pass product title and the product description, and what all things it is having a price and image. Okay, now we have to change this to get title, get description, and get price and get image. Okay, so this will pass all the details. Okay, we can access these details from this activity. So I'll show you how to access them. So first of all, we can start the activity. So call start activity. Okay, you have to call context dot. We are not inside the activity, so you have to call context dot start activity and pass the intent, and that's it. Now you can go inside this class. Okay, open that one. You can actually open directly from here. Simply click on control and use the mouse to click this file. That will open this one. Okay, so you have to make sure that you are not opening other things like okay, let me just show you. Okay, if you are trying to open this intent, that will also open. So you should not open and modify these files. Okay, and okay, where is it? Okay, you can open this product details class, and here we can see how we can receive all those details. So inside product details, we can simply create intent object equals get intent. Now we can create a string or title equals intent dot get string extra, and we can specify that as product title underscore title. You have to use the exact name that we are using here. This product ID, product underscore ID, product underscore title, description, price, image, etc. Okay, you have to use that exactly. So just duplicate these, and one for description. Okay, now you can see we are accepting the ID here. It is a string, and we have to pass it as a string itself. So where is the ID? You can simply type a string dot value of, and then pass this one. Okay, same like that, we are also having one more thing, that is the price here. So string dot value of and pass the price here. Okay, So that's it. So hope it is visible. What we have done, simply add this string.value of, close it here. String.value, close it here. That's all. Now go back to the product details.java, and here you are receiving ID here, title here, and description here. You have to check this names. Okay, this is exactly what we are using here. Okay, and the price and the image URL here. Okay, now we can load all these, and we can implement this to a view. Like we can load this image to the image view, etc. We can do that later on. So first of all, we can go back to our main activity here, and let's add the adapter now. So our adapter is ready. So you can add the adapter. That it will be, okay, we can create the adapter object here. So it will be product adapter. So product adapter, create the object for that. You also need product list. Okay, so create a list for that, list of a product, and name it product list something equals to new array list, and that's it. Give a semicolon. You can import this class. That's it. And one more thing that we might be needing is int current page. Okay, current page, we can set it as 1 by default, and nothing else, I guess. Okay, that will be it. Now we can set the adapter. So like, first of all, let's adapter equals new. We have to initialize the adapter, and then pass this context, and product list, give a semicolon. So we'll be adding the list to the adapter later on. So recycler view dot set adapter, and we can pass the product adapter. Now we have to fetch the details from the API. So everything related to the recycler view is completed. Now we have to fetch the details. So for that, we can create a function. So let's come outside this on create and create a function, something like a public. You can set it as private also, void, and you can name it like a fetch product int page, because we need the page number also. First thing, we can create a variable for getting our token. So here we are specifying that the token is a bearer token, and give a space here, then add a plus. This is going to be a string, and then we have to get the token from the shared preferences. So for that, we have to give the package name. That's what we have given for the shared preferences name, and then you can specify the mode private, and then you can simply add get string, and you can specify the key name, that is token. So if you're having any doubt, you can simply go to the login page, and you can check the key name, that is token. Okay, so you can give the key name here. You can also set the default value, that to be empty here, and that's it. Now you will get the token here. Okay, hope it is visible properly. So this will give you your token here. Okay, and here you can change this name to like fetch products, because we are fetching the list of products here. So you can change it to add an S here. That's all. Okay, now we can call the products API service. Create an object for that, equals API client dot get client dot create, and inside that we can pass products API service dot class and give a semicolon. So we are creating an object for this. Now you can call products API service dot get products, which is the function that we have given here in the interface. This has the route, and this is the function. Okay, so call that, and inside that we have to pass. You can see that we have to pass the token and also the query. So we have to pass both. Okay, so you can pass the token here, give a comma, and then pass the page number. That's it. Now add a dot and call enqueue, and inside that we can call new callback of paginated response. So hope it was visible for you. If you don't understand what happened, I will go back few steps. Okay, so inside this you can simply type new and simply call this. Okay, callback of paginated response. Okay, and simply click this one, and it will add the on response, on failure, etc. Okay. Now inside this on response, we can add an if condition, check if the response is successful, and also we can check if the body is null or not. Open the if condition. Now inside this if condition, we can add the products to the list. So you can call product list dot add all. You can call add all, and then we can pass response dot body dot get products. Okay. Now this will add the products. Now you can give a semicolon here, and now you can call product adapter dot notify set changed and give a semicolon. That's it. Now you can simply call this function, and that should load. So you can come here and call fetch products and pass the page number. So current page, you can simply pass the current page. So that will be initially, that will be 1 here. Okay. And then it will keep on changing. Now for this to keep on changing, we have to add, let's add a variable here, and we can name it is loading. So you can set a boolean is loading, and by default we can set it to false. You can also add is last page to check if it is the last page. You can set that also as boolean is page and set it to false. Now when you scroll, if you try to run this one, you will only be able to see, in our case, we have set the pagination as 5. So you will only be able to see the 5 items. Then after that, it will not load. So for this to keep on loading, we have to add one more listener to the recycler view, that is on scroll listener. So we have to add the scroll listener. So you can type recycler view dot add on scroll listener, new on scroll listener. Okay. And we can select this on scrolled and click on OK here. Now that will be added, that override method will be added. Now inside this one, we can create a linear layout manager. We can initialize that recycler view dot get layout manager, and you can assign it to linear layout manager. Okay. Now we can add an if condition to check if the layout manager is null. Now here inside the if condition, we are checking if the layout manager is not null, and also checking if it is loading, and it is not the last page. And inside this, we can also check one more thing, that is if layout manager dot find last completely visible item position, and this will help us to check if we have reached the bottom, and we can equal to product list dot size -1. Open the if condition. Hope it is visible properly. Okay. So this is it. And here inside this one, we can add one to the current page, that is current page ++, and then we can call the fetch products and pass the current page along with it. So this will change the current page, and we are calling it, and more things will be loaded to the recycler view, and it will be added. Okay. So I think now we have completed. Okay, we have to add a few more things. That is, you can come inside this fetch products, and we have to add is loading. Is loading, we can set that to true here. When we start loading the products, you can set is loading to true here, and then we can set it to false inside the on response. Maybe you can do that here. Is loading equals false. That means when you get the response, that means that loading has finished. So we are setting it to false. And inside this one, we have to create one more list, that is list for product. Let's create a variable equals response dot body dot get products. Give a semicolon. Now we can check if products dot is empty. If it is empty, we can set, open the if condition. If it is empty, we can set is last page. Okay, set it to true here. So here, if it is the last page, we are going to set it to be true. Last page boolean to be true here. And in the else part, you can keep these 2 lines. Okay, and that's it. Now you can try running this one. I think there is, okay, you can also do one more thing, that is inside this on field here, we can set is loading to be false here. Because in case some error occur, you have to set the loading option to false. That's it. We can check if we made some issues or something. Okay. I think everything is okay. Okay, you have to, okay, this one is loading. Okay, if it is not loading, okay, if it is not loading and if it is not the last page, we are going to do this one. Okay, so here we are simply checking if we are currently having nothing loading and also we haven't reached the last page. Okay, so that's what we are checking here, and if that meets, we are going to execute the next if condition and then we are going to call it again. When we call this one, it will be set to true, is loading will be set to true, and we are going to do all those things, fetch the data, and then again we are going to set this loading to true here, and okay, so that's it. Okay, so I think nothing else. You simply have to make this is loading to not is loading. Okay, so you have to add this symbol here. So this is important. So we made a small error while typing. Okay, so you have to add it not is loading. It is very important. And I think nothing else. So we can try running. Okay, let's try running and check if everything is working or not. So let's open it. Okay, so now you can see we are having 3 items loaded. So let's scroll down and you can see that paused for a second and then it loaded the other 2 items, that is the product 4 and 5. Now if you go to your API side, check the API, that is this one with the pagination. I changed the paginate to 3. Since we only have 5 items, I changed this to 3 here. So the first thing, it will be loading. At the first time, it will be loading 3 items. And when we scroll down, it will load the other items. Okay, so the paginate is for 3 items. Okay, so I'll run this once more so you can see. So here you can see 3 items loaded. Now when we are going to scroll down, you can see it will get stuck for just a second. Okay, that means it is loading the next items. Okay, so let's try scrolling down. See, you can see it got stuck for just a moment. Okay, so that's it. So now our home page is complete. So this will be our home page. We are displaying the list of all items here. And now the next thing is when we are going to click this item. So currently, if you click on this item, it will open a blank page because we haven't implemented the next screen. Okay, so you can go back. Okay, click go back. And so you have to implement the next screen now. So we have loaded all the data and I think we are passing that data as well. So in this page, we simply have to add that data to proper views and that's it. Okay, so we will also be adding a button here and that will be to add that item to the cart. So that's all in this details page. This will be the details page. Okay, so here we'll be showing the details of that specific item. Okay, so that's it. So our home page is completed. Now you can move to the details page. So let's go to Java and we can open the product details file. And here we are getting the product ID, title, description, price and image. Now we can simply show that to a view. So first of all, you can open layouts and go to this product details activity.xml file. And let's go to split mode. And okay, let's go to the code only mode. And here we can, let's change the layout, parent layout to linear layout and set the orientation to vertical. And now inside this, we can add an image view first. We can add an ID for this image view. So let's minimize this one and we can open the split mode. Okay, so we can view this one and do it. Okay, for the height, we can set it something like, let's set it something like 200 dp. Okay, that is enough, I guess. And then we can add a text view. Let's add an ID for this text view. You can set the ID like title details or something. Then we can create a text view for the description. Let's add one more text view for price. Now we need one more button, that is to add this item to the cart. So you can create a button for that. Give an ID for this button. So we are giving the ID btn add to cart. You can also give a text for this button, add to cart. Now you can scroll to the top and we can give a padding, maybe like 10 dp or something. And I think that will be okay. We can make the title like text size something like 20 sp, and we can make it bold also. So text style bold. You can simply give a dummy text here and you can understand it. So now you can see that here. Okay, now we can simply add a margin on this button, margin top something like 10 dp. Okay, you can also add margin for these items as well. For now we can keep it like this. Now we can go to our Java part, simply open this product details page, and we have to create an object for the text view and the image view and the button. So we have created these objects here. We have declared them. Now we have to initialize them. So you can come here, text view title equal to find view by ID r.id dot, and the ID was I think it was title details, this one. So you have to give the exact ID that you are using. Okay, so you can see that here. Okay, now you have to initialize other objects as well. So now we have initialized all the objects here. Now you can simply set all the text that you can see that we are fetching all the string here. Now you can set that to the text views. So we can do that here. So text view title dot set text, and you can give the title here. Just like this, you can set the description and the price. For the price, we can use append. So dot append. So that will be appended to the existing text. That is, you can see that we are adding this text here. So it will be appended to this. Okay. Now the image view, we have to use the glider. For that, you can use glide dot width. Then you can pass this, give a dot, and load. You can pass the image and give a dot and into, then pass the image view. So that is image view object, and that's it. Now this will load our image to the image view. This is the URL and this is the image view. That will load it to the image view. Now I think nothing is left here. So the next thing is to add the on-click listener for the button. So for that we have to create the API first. So we'll be doing that. Now you can simply try running this one and check if it is working. So now the app has launched. Let's try clicking on the first one. Okay, you can see product one, description, the price, and the button. So let's go back and try clicking on the second one. You can see the second details is appearing. So let's click on the next one. You can see the third one. So it is working. You can scroll down and the other things will load. Let's click on 5. You can see the fifth one details. Okay. So that means it is working properly. Now you can make this look better. So for that, you can open the activity product details.xml file. Okay. So here we can change this padding to margin then. Okay. That should add a margin. So simply try running that, and that should add a space. Okay. So the margin is working. Now you can add a space between the price and the description. So you can come here and simply add a, let's go to this one. Okay. We can add margin top and something like 5 dp. That would be enough, I guess. Run the application and you can see there is a small space here. So I think this is enough for now. We could work on the UI later on. So you could actually add more things here. So and you could work on that. So now we'll be starting with the add to cart part. So this description details page is completed. So now we have to work on the add to cart part. For that, you can go to the Laravel part. So let's open our Laravel project, and here you can go to the home manager. You can create a new controller for this. So we can come here. Let's open the terminal, and here PHP artisan make controller, and we can name it like cart manager and hit enter. Now this controller will be created. Okay, we have to create that inside the mobiles directory. Okay, so you can simply move it to this one. I will simply delete this one. Let's delete this one, and I will create it once more. Simply add mobile slash, and that will be created. Okay, so now you can see that's inside this one. Okay, and here let's minimize this one. Okay, and here we have to create a function to add the items to the cart. So that will be function add to cart, and of course we need a request. Okay, so okay, that is this one. Okay, you can see the use statement here. Okay, so that will be there by default. If you are not having it, you can add it. Okay, and you can use $cart equals new cart. This is the model. If you are not having this model, you can create that. Okay, so you can see in the models we are having cart, orders, products, and the user table. So if you are not having the model, you can simply create it by PHP artisan make model and name of the model cart, and simply hit enter, and that will be created. So that's it. So simply create that model, and if you want to specify the table name, you can specify the table name like this as well. Okay, and let me show you the migration as well. So this is the migration file, and you can see we are having user ID and the product ID. Okay, so you simply have to insert the user ID and the product ID, and we are having the ID, which is primary key, and the timestamps as well. Okay, so this is our migration for carts. So if you are not having this one, you can simply type this. So if you are doing this video as a continuation from the previous video, you will be having this one. Okay, otherwise you have to add this. Okay, so we can close this one, and here we can so this should be an equals. Okay, now you can set the user ID $cart. Let's set user ID equals, so you can get it from auth of user of ID, and the next one is cart of product ID. So you can get it from the $request of product ID. So we'll be passing this product ID along with the request that we are going to make. Now you have to save this. So if out of save, and we can return a response, return response JSON. Okay, we need a status and a message. Okay, that's what we normally do. So you can change this to message. Okay, message, and let me just hit enter from here. Okay, give a comma here, hit enter. Now we need status, right? Okay, so we can add a status equals success. Okay, format the code. Okay, so this is our add to cart function. You can also add an else part. Simply return JSON. We need a status, error, and a message. Okay, that you can add that. Okay, so this is our error message. I will show you. Okay, hope it is visible properly now. So simply add this as well. So now you can see our add to cart function is complete. You can see this is our add to cart function. Okay, so we are simply creating a new row, and we are inserting everything. That is the user ID and the product ID. Now you have to call this from a route. So you can go to routes, routes API.php, and here inside the middleware auth sanctum. So inside this route group, we have to add one more route. That's it. So here it will be like car / add something, add. Then we can either pass the ID like / and you can pass it like this ID. Right now in our case, it is better to pass it through the request. So for that you can do that. So cart manager. So the model is different. So change the model and add the use statement here. Okay, add the use statement and add the cart, and then the function name is add to cart. Okay, and that's it. Now this is a post method. Okay, post request. You have to make a post request to this route. So let's copy this route, and we have to pass what is it? We have to pass the product ID and also the token to verify the user. Okay, so let's go back to the Android part. Now we have to create an interface for API service. So you can create a new class, click on interface here, and you can name it like Cart API service and hit enter. Now here we can add at post, and we can specify our route. That is inside the double quotes, we can specify cart/add, and then we can call, you have to create a response model. So let's remove this one. Okay, and you have to, first of all, we can create a response model. So let's create a Java class, and you can name it like add to cart response or something like that, and hit enter. Now inside this response, we will be having status and message. So you can set string status comma message, and you can specify a getter for get status and for get message. That's it. Okay, now you can close this one. And just like this, we also need for the request, we have to pass the product ID. So let's create something like add to cart request, and here we can specify in the product ID, or we can make this as a string because we might be passing it as a string most of the time. Okay, and we need a constructor, so we can create add to cart request, and we will be passing string product ID. Now you have to set it, that is this dot product ID equals product ID. That's it. And this is also complete. You can close it. Now you can come back to this cart API service.java file, interface this one, open this one, and here we can call add to cart API response. Okay, add to cart response, the model that we just created, and you can create a function. Okay, a function like add to cart. We have to call this. It will show you where we will be calling this function, and inside this we'll be passing the header. So at header, and it would be authorization, and you can leave a space here, and then we can set it as a string token and give a comma. Okay, I will hit an enter from here. Okay, and here as well, and at body, and you can set add to cart request, create an object, and that's it. You can give a semicolon here. Okay, so this will be our request to add to cart. We are passing the authorization token and the that is this one, this product ID through this one. You can see we are going to pass the product ID. Okay, so you can close this one and go to the product details Java file, and here you can now set the on click listener for the button. So you can come here, button add to cart dot set on click listener, no on click listener, and inside this one, first of all, we can fetch the token. So string, just like how we did earlier, token equals get shared preferences, and we can specify the name, that is the package name. So you can give the package name here, and then specify the mode private, and now you can use a dot operator and get string, and the string key name is like token, give a default value, and I use a semicolon. That's it. So now this will get our token to the string. Okay, so this is it. Okay, now we are having the token. Now we simply have to create an object for add to cart request. Add to cart request equals new add to cart request, and we have to pass the product ID. So the product ID, we are having that here. So this is the ID. So we have to pass that here. So ID, and you can give a semicolon here. And here you have to specify this as a parameter. So you can do that here, add a plus here, and specify bearer and give a space here. Okay, and here you can open this one, and let's go inside this cart API service, and you can remove this space here. Okay, and close it. That's it. Okay, now here now we can call the API service, that is cart API service, I guess. Okay, cart API service equals API service API client dot get client dot create, and we can pass our cart API service dot class, give a semicolon. Now cart API service dot call the function, that is add to cart, that we have created earlier, this one. Okay, call that function, and inside that we have to pass the token. So token, give a comma, and the next one is add to cart request, give a dot here and enqueue, and you can pass new callback add to cart response, this one. Select this one. Now that will add the on response and on failure. And inside the on response, we can check if response dot is successful, and response dot body not equals null. If it is true, we can check one more thing, that is if response dot body dot we have to get the status dot equals, we can check if it is equal to success, and if it is equal to success, that means the item is added to the cart. So we can show a toast message for now. So toast dot make text application context, and pass the message added to cart, and specify the length, toast dot length, we can set it as short dot show. That's it. Now hope it is visible properly. Okay, so this is done inside the on response. You can see if it is successful, status is successful, we are going to show a toast message. Okay, that's it. And I think that's enough with the add to cart button. You can work on it and add more things. And on the else part, we can add a toast saying something went wrong or something. Okay, so you can add an else here, add a toast here, maybe like failed something. You can add proper messages. Okay, you can pass that from the API side, and then you can show that. For now, I am keeping it simple. Okay, and that's it. So this is the main part. We are showing a success message. That's it. And okay, you can add this here as well. Okay, you have to remove this else from here, format it. That's it. So that's it. Now we can try running this one and check if it is working. So now the app is running. Let's open the first item and click on add to cart. Okay, you can see the toast added to cart. Okay, click on once more, you can see added to cart. Let's go back and let's open this one and click on add to cart, added to cart. Now we can go to the database and check if it is added. So let's open phpMyAdmin. You can simply open the admin panel, and here we can open cart. Okay, where is it? Cart. Okay, open the cart table, and here, okay, we added these two items, I guess. Okay, this one, and this one. Okay, yes, you can see user 3 here, user ID is 333. Okay, so the items are added to the cart properly. You can see that here. Okay, you can see the date and time here. Okay, so that means that add to cart button is working properly. Now what we have to do is the cart part. Okay, so we have to implement the cart part. So that is to list all the items in the cart, and also we have to add a delete option so that we can maybe like reduce the quantity or remove that item from the cart, etc. And then we'll be adding a proceed button or like make a payment button, and we will be implementing Stripe. Then we already have done a webhook. I will simply walk you through that one as well. And then we have to implement the order history page. That's it. And by that, our project will be completed. So now we can start with the cart page. Open your Laravel project, and you can go to cart manager, which is created inside this mobile folder. Open that controller, and here we can add a new function. After this add to cart, we can create one more function list cart, We can also accept this request here. So okay, remove this one, and that's it. So here we have to list all the items. For that, we have already done that on the web part. So let's check that, and that will make the video much faster. Okay, so yes, you can use this one and this much. Okay, so we can copy this one, and we can add that here. Okay, you have to import this one. Yes, import it. And on the top you can see this use statement added. Okay, so add the use statement, and this will fetch all the items from the cart, and from that ID we'll be fetching the title, price, image, and the slug, etc. And then we will get that to this variable, that is cart items. So this one does all those. Okay, so you can post the video, and you can simply type this in. So we can set this paginate to 3, and that's enough. Okay, so that's it. So you can add this here. Now we have to return this. Okay, so you can return response of a JSON, and we can simply pass this cart items and give a semicolon. That's it. Now this will be returning the cart items with the pagination. We have a pagination here, so we will be implementing that. So we have already done this for the product list. I guess in the home page you can see we are adding this paginate, and we'll be using the same methods. And here just the difference is that we are fetching these details from 2 tables. Okay, so here you can see the cart, it is only having the product ID and the cart ID and the user ID as well. So it is only having those details, and we have to fetch the product details with the product ID from the product table, and that's what we are doing here. And we are fetching the product title, price, image, slug, etc. And then we are simply grouping it and returning it. We are adding the pagination option as well. Okay, and we are also checking if the user ID is also present. Otherwise you will return everything from the cart, and that is not correct. You have to return the items for that specific user only. Okay, so simply return this cart items like this, and now you have to call this from your API. So you can call, okay, you can go with this one, and we can add one more route, that is list, and you can call list cart. Okay, so this will be our route. Okay, a post request to cart/list, and this controller and this function. That's it. Now we can also add one more route for deleting the item, because we need to delete the item from cart in order to remove quantity or remove the item, etc. So we have to add one more route. So before that we can go to this controller, that is this one, cart manager, and here we can create one more function, that is to delete the item. Let's copy that from this one itself. Okay, you simply have to delete this. Okay, so this is the one that we are going to use for deleting. So you are simply fetching the item with the user ID and with the item, that is the cart ID. Okay, with the cart ID and also the user ID, we are going to delete it with that. So you can simply copy this one from here, and we can go back to cart manager, and we can create a function. Come here after this. So function, let's name it delete from cart. Okay, that's fine. And you can paste it here, and you can see cart var user ID, and we are giving the ID from the auth user, then ID, which is the ID in the cart. So we will be getting it from a request of ID. Okay, and we are simply deleting it. Okay, now we can return. Let's return response. Maybe you can start a success. Okay, if you want a message, you can pass a message as well. Okay, that's it. So this is it. Okay, this will delete it. You can wrap this inside an if condition, and you can do that. So now our delete from cart is also done. You have to add this to the API. So you can open the api.php file. On the route, we have to add one more thing, that is cart/delete, and we can call delete from cart. Now we have to pass this, that is this ID. Okay, so that is important. Maybe we can add it as cart ID or something. Okay, you can keep it as a cart ID, and here it is ID, because we are doing that from the ID from the cart. Okay, let me just open the migration and show you. Okay, where is the migration? Okay, this one. Okay, so we are using this ID, which is the primary key, to delete it. Okay, so that's this ID, and we have to pass that from the Android part. That's it. Now we can go to Android side. So right now we are having two APIs that is done, one for listing all the items in the cart and one for deleting the item. So this will delete one item, okay, and this will list all the items in the cart for that specific user. So in the Android part, we can just make these properly. So let's arrange these properly. So let's create a package. Let's create a directory. Okay, let's create a package, and we can name it like cart or something. And you can move all these things to cart. Okay, refactor, and just click on this one. Okay, and I think what all things. Okay, this one you can move to cart. Okay, and I guess okay. So we are getting an error here. Okay, let's check that. Okay, you can see this one is showing an error. So if you just simply hover over this one, you can see that you have to make this public. Okay, that's it. You can either click on this one, and that will add the public to this class, that is the constructor. You can simply come here and you can simply make this public. Okay, that's it. When we change the package, you have to add this as public. That's it. So simply add, you can open this one, add to cart request this file, and you can simply make this public. That's it. Okay, and that will fix that. Okay, now anything else we have to move? API. Okay, you can move these to some other thing, like you can create a package like auth and then move all these things to that. So let's do that as well. Okay, so let's create something like auth, and we can move this one to this. Okay, and this one also comes here. Okay, login also we can put that there, and I guess you can move this request register to the user. Okay, we can move that as well there. Okay, that doesn't matter. You can move it according to how you feel like keeping it. Okay, user request also we can move there. Okay, and okay, now that looks much better, right? So this one is okay, you can keep that there. Okay, and this is main activity, paginator response, this one for product. Okay, so we can create one more package for products, maybe product, or you can name it like home, because we are using all those things in home page. Maybe you can name it like products something. Okay, let's name it like okay, we can name it like home. This is for us to understand. Okay, so this is for us to understand properly where everything is kept and all, and to easily navigate. Okay, so you can move that product, you can move that adapter, you can move that, and this also you can move, and this also you can move. Okay, so now everything that comes under the home page will be here. Okay, and that's done. I think this one will be here. Okay, main activity also you can keep it here, or you can move that to home as well. Okay, I think you can move that to home, because everything that comes under home you can keep it inside home. Okay, now yes, everything is under home. Okay, done. And this one you can keep it here, that's fine, because this one is used by everything, because this is we are setting the base URL and all those object and all. Okay, so you can keep that there. Now you can create a new, okay, now you can go inside this cart, and here we can create a new activity. So let's create a new activity. First of all, we can right click on here on the app and go to new and activity. You can select new empty view activity. Okay, and we can name it like cart page or something, or you can simply keep it as cart itself. Okay, and you can okay, we can name it like cart page. Okay, and you can click on finish. Okay, if you are getting something like this, you can simply click on load file changes, I think. Okay, here on clicking show details, show the changes, you can see it is simply adding this one. Usually you don't get this while changing. If you're getting this, you can simply click on this this load file changes and keep it. Okay, let's open this manifest and check if everything is fine. Okay, this is added. Okay, our product details. Okay, and this is fine, and login is also fine. You can see that this package has changed in the login and all. See, earlier it was like directly .login. Right now we are having this .auth .login. Okay, so that's because we just changed the package right now. And yes, everything is fine. And you can see this cart is created here. You can simply move that here and do the refactor. You can see .cart is added here. That's it. And everything is fine. Now you can open that cart page. And here we can actually reuse everything, I guess, from this product homepage. We can copy this adapter and this cart maybe. We can, okay, we have to change this one. Okay, you can copy this adapter and this product details page. We can copy certain things from here. Okay, so first of all, you can copy this adapter from here and you can paste it here. You can rename it like a cart adapter and click OK. And let's minimize this one. And here we can change this product view holder first of all. So let's go to this one, static product holder here, and you can change it as cart view holder. Okay, and copy that and paste this here. Now this one is done, and you can scroll to the top and change everything. That is this one, change that to cart view holder, and this one also cart view holder, this one also cart view holder, and here you have to change it to cart view holder. That's it. And here we'll be changing few things. This one we have to create new item layout. So first of all, we can do that, then we can come back here. So simply go to the layouts. You can come here, layouts. Okay, you can simply copy this one and paste it there itself, and you can change the name like cart items and a cart item. And here you can go to split mode. Let's minimize this one and make it bigger. Okay, so this will be our cart item. And here I think we don't have to change much. We have to add the quantity, and we have to add a button to delete the item. Okay, so you have to add these two items. Okay, so and we can also change the ID to something like cart price, something like that. Okay, so let's change that here as well. Product, can change it here. In the cart we won't be showing the description. Okay, so let's remove that description from the, and the title is fine. You can change it like cart title, and the image also you can change it like cart image. Okay, and everything else you can keep there. Now we need a button, so you can add that here. So let's add a button, wrap content, and here you can set an ID, something like cart, maybe cart delete. Okay, cart delete is fine, and you can set a text like a remove or something. Okay, now on clicking this button, we will remove the quantity. If there is two of them, we'll remove one, and if you click it once more, the item will be completely removed. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Now we have to add one more thing, that is text view for the that is this quantity. So you can okay, let's add a, let's copy this one and we can paste that here. Can change this text color, and we can set this as quantity. Okay, so you can type quantity and set this like this. Okay, now we'll be appending the quantity here. Okay, and you can change the ID to cart quantity. Okay, change the price to quantity, and that's it. Now I think everything is done. You can see this is the view that we will be getting. Okay, quantity, title, price, and this remove button. Okay, and with the price we can either show price for one item, or we can show the total price, okay, of that complete item. Like if there is two of them, we can show the price of one item into two. What's that? You can show that here. Okay, so we have to decide on what to show there. Okay, so that part we can handle in API. So whatever thing that is coming from the API, you can show that there. Okay, I think we can show the price of one item here, and keep the quantity here. Okay, so they could do the math. You can simply multiply it and add the price. That's up to you. Okay, so we'll be keeping it simple and maybe showing the price of one item. Okay, so that's it with the UI of cart items. You can go back to the adapter, simply open the adapter. If you don't know where the adapter is, go to this carts, you can see this adapter. Okay, open it. And here we can change this product item to cart item. And the things that you have to change is, we have to change this product from product to cart. For that, we have to create cart first of all. So let's do that. You can come to this cart package and go to Java class, and we can name it like cart, or maybe like cart items is better. Items, item, cart item. Okay, and hit enter. Now, whatever things that we are going to return, we have to add it here. So here we will be getting the ID. We need the cart ID. Okay, so that is required. So we can create a variable like let's make everything string itself. Okay, and we can keep it like okay, what is it? It is cart ID. We can set it as ID, and this will be cart ID. Okay, this ID will be cart ID. Just like in the database table, we will be getting the ID, and then we will need what it is. We will need product ID. So string. Okay, you can give a comma here and product ID, give a comma. Now we need quantity. So you can set QUNTT, give a comma, and we need a title. And we are fetching, I think, price, image, and one more thing was slug. Okay, slug means the URL. Okay, and that's thing that these are the things that we are fetching. We might not be using this slug, so let's keep it there. In case we are using, you can use it. Okay, now we have to add getters for all this. Okay, so you can start with get ID. Simply type G and you will get the suggestions. Get price and get let's add all. Get image, get title, get product ID, get quantity. Okay, and I think there is nothing else. Okay, so right now we have set product ID, quantity, title, image, slug, price, ID. Okay, everything is used. Okay, so now our cart item model is done. You can change that here. Okay, on the list you can simply change it to cart item and change the object name also in order for us to understand. Okay, cart items, and you can copy this and paste it here and here and here and change this to cart item, and that's it. Okay, so this part is done. And if you scroll down further, we might see more things to change. Okay, this one. So this one also you can change it as cart item and change it to cart items. And let's okay, this is not cart items, it is cart item because just one item we are going to fetch it here. Okay, so cart items dot get position, that we are going to keep it to the cart item. Okay, so we are going to fetch one item from the cart items, that is this list here. Okay, from this list we are going to get one item with that position, and we are going to add that to this object. Okay, now you can copy that here and paste it here, a cart item, and change all the products to cart item. And we are not having this description, so remove that. And price, title, image, and anything else we are using. Let's go to this one, price, quantity. Okay, we need quantity, and price, title, image, and quantity. That's it. So instead of this description, we can make it quantity. Okay, so let's copy this quantity and we can add this quantity here, and we can make get quantity. So right now there is no quantity, we'll be adding it. Okay, so don't worry about this red one. And image, we are using glider to load, and on clicking, this one is not required, so you can remove it. We can set on click listener for the button though. Okay, because we need a button and we will be creating it. Okay, we have already created it, so we need to create an object for that here. So let's remove this one for now because we can do that later. Okay, and let's add the quantity first. Okay, you can change this to cart items. Okay, cart items dot size here. Okay, on the get item count. Okay, and nothing else, I guess. Here is missing. Nothing else is missing. Description, we don't need this because we are not using it. So remove that. We simply remove this get extract function. Okay, you can remove that. That is not required anymore. Okay, and here we are having description. Instead of that, we can keep it as quantity. Okay, so title, price, quantity. Slug, we won't be needing it. So here we need a button. So button, and we can maybe button remove. Okay, button remove, and here let's change it to quantity, and this these IDs we have to change it. Okay, otherwise you will get errors and the app will crash. So this is cart title, and this is cart quantity, I guess, and this is cart price, and this is cart image. Okay, now one more thing, that is the button. So button remove equals view dot find view by id r dot id dot cart delete, I guess. Okay, so let's verify it, and okay, cart delete. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, so you can simply click on control and use the mouse to click on this ID, and you will be taken to that exact item. Okay, view. Okay, now this is complete. Okay, we have changed everything required, and you can add an on-click listener now for this button. So you can come here and let's type folder dot button remove dot set on-click listener, no on-click listener, click listener, and that's it. Okay, and inside the on-click, we can remove the item, right? Okay, for that we have to make a request to delete route. So let's do that later. Okay, let's complete the other things, and then we can come back to this remove. Okay, so let's keep that here. Okay, so now we can open this cart API service. This one, we already created that one, and in here we have to add one more route. Okay, so let's copy this one. Okay, let's copy this one, and we can add it here, and let's change this add to list. Okay, and this one we have to create one more response. So we have to create no response there. So let's create that one. So let's open this one and let's create a new response. So you can create it something like cart response or something. Cart response. And here we will be having the same thing that we have done in this paginated response for this product. We will be having this current page, last page, etc. So let's close this one, and we can add current page. Okay, string current page. Okay, and one more thing, that is that we will be having a list of items. So for that we can use the list and pass cart item. Okay, and the cart item, and then we will be having next page URLs. So string maybe like next page, and then what else you will be having. Okay, we can add a getter for this one, get current page. Okay, get current page. Okay, and one for get cart items, or maybe you can name it like get data or something. Get cart items is fine. Okay, get cart items, and next one is for get next page. So that's it. So you can add these getters, and this one is complete. Maybe we have to come back here, but right now I think it is complete. Maybe we'll be coming back. So you can close this one and go to this cart API services, and here you can change this add to cart to cart. What was it? What was the name? Name was cart response. So you can change it to cart response, and then we have to pass a token. Yes, that's it. And we have to pass page number. So that will require a query. Okay, you can pass it as query, and it will be like page, and we will be passing an int of page, and that's it. And you can name this as for the function, you can name it like instead of list cart, okay, list cart. That's it. and this will be our route, and you are passing the token and the page number. So you can see that we are doing the same here on the products list part. Okay, so just like this, we have to do that in that page itself. Okay, in the cart part also. That's all. And here inside this response, most probably we only be using this one, that is this card items. Nothing else might be required. Let's see. So you can copy the next thing. Okay, that is you can come back to this cart page activity, this file, and here you can open this activity. First of all, simply click on control and use the mouse to click on this, and it will open this activity. And we have to add a recycler view. So let's copy that from this main activity. You can copy this from here and simply paste it here. And you can change this context from this to cart page. Okay, remove this main activity from here. That's it. And that's it. Maybe you can rename this ID if you think that you could get confused. So maybe like you can change it like cart recycler view. Okay, now that's better. Now you can go to this cart page.java, and let's minimize this one. And here we have to create an object for recycler view, and we have to create an object for cart adapter, cart adapter, and one for list of items, list. Okay, we can maybe, okay, we can type it here. Okay, we can actually copy things from that previous product page, but right now we can type it. Okay, so it is cart items. You have to import the class. You can see that import statement added here. Okay, where is it? Here. Okay, and create an object, cart items equals new array list, and give a semicolon. And the next thing we need will be current page. Okay, int current page, we can set it as 1. Okay, sorry. Okay, where is it? Okay, current nt page equals 1. And another thing will be keys loading and last page, just like how we did for this products. If you go to this products details page, you can see that on the top. Let's go to the top, and here, okay, not on this one, it's on this main activity. Open the main activity and go to this top. You can see we need this is loading and is last page. Okay, so simply copy this one, and we can add that here on the cart page. And just like this, everything that we are going to do is going to be similar. Just like in the main activity, we have to load it. We have to use this on scroll listener and add the adapter and all this. Simply things are going to change. That is the name of the adapter, name of the model, all those things are going to change. Nothing else. Okay, so you can copy maybe, okay, we can copy everything that is inside this on create. Inside this on create, you can see that is ending here. So let's copy from here to here. Okay, let's copy that, and we can paste it here. Now we have to change everything. Okay, so this one is a recycler view, and this is like cart recycler view. I think recycler view, that's going to work. And this is right, and here it is cart adapter and cart adapter. This will be cart items. Okay, so change all those things. Okay, and this one is cart adapter, and this one we haven't done, so you can comment this function. For now we'll be implementing it, and then you can change it back. Okay, and here we are having this on scroll listener, and okay, all those things is done. And this one you can change it like cart items dot size, and here we are having not is loading, not is last. Okay, and you can comment this one also. Okay, now we have to add this fetch products page, that is the function. Okay, so for that we can, let's copy that function from here. Okay, you can copy this function. I think it is from here. Okay, from here to here, and let's add that after this on create. You can add it. Okay, let's rename this from fetch products to fetch cart or something. Now you can call this function. Okay, change this to fetch cart and remove this comment, and here also remove this comment and change the function name. Fetch cart, you have to add it before this on scroll listener, you have to add this one, and inside the on scroll you have to add this one here inside. Okay, add that, and here we are fetching the bearer token. Okay, that's fine. And this one you have to change it to cart API service. Change the object name also, cart API service, and pass cart API service. This is done. Copy the object name from here and paste it here. Instead of get products, we are having get. Let's go inside this service. It is list cart. Okay, so it is list cart. You can type list cart here, and something else. Okay, we are passing the page here and token here and in queue, and instead of this we have to change it to the thing that we created was, let's check the name. I forgot the name. It is cart response, I guess. Okay, so let's give cart response here. Now you can see we are getting this error. That's because you have to change that here as well. So copy this cart response here and change this paginator response and this one as well. And something else missing, and we can scroll down and you have to change it here as well on failure. Okay, change it here. Okay, sorry, change it here, and that should solve that issue. Okay, and that's solved. And here inside this we have to check this. This is always you have to check this one, and then this one is cart item. Okay, cart item, change the object name to cart item something. Okay, cart items 1. You can keep it as cart item. And are we using this variable name earlier or somewhere else? Cart items. Okay, it's already used there. You can okay, that's fine, I guess. Okay, you can simply keep it like 1. That's fine. And get cart items, and here cart items 1 and is empty. Checking if it is empty and setting this last page equal to true. We discussed this in detail on this product details page. Okay, on the main activity part. Okay, on the not the product details page, on the main activity home page, we discussed that in detail. Okay, and this one is cart list, I guess. Cart list. Okay, this one is cart. Okay, let me just check the variable name that we are using here. Okay, this is cart items. So cart items dot add, and this one is cart. Where is it? Cart adapter dot notify. And here this is not 1. You have to change it as cart item 1. No, sorry, cart items. And this is a new variable that you have to create here. Okay, and this is you have to use the global one. Okay, this one, and call this one. Where is it? Okay, and instead of this get products, it is get cart items. Okay, and nothing else, I guess. Is there? Okay, we are having one more error. You can come here, and this is not an error. Okay, when we run this, it will go away. Okay, and I think there is nothing else. We have done it, so we can add an option to open the cart on the application. So let's open this main activity and go to this main activity here, and we can, for now, we can add a button on the top of this recycler view for now. Okay, because we will be adding, maybe we will be adding this action bar and all on the top, and we can add an icon and all those things. Right now we can use this button ID maybe like BTN cart, and text will be cart. On clicking this button, you can see the view here. Where is it? Okay, go to split mode, and you can see we will be having this button here. Okay, and you can actually align it to center, gravity, center, okay, center, and that's it. Okay, we can open main activity. Where is it? It is inside, I think, home page. Okay, let's create an object for that button. So you can come here and button button cart, and we can initialize here. That's fine. Button cart equals find view by id r.id dot, it was cart. Okay, btn cart, I guess. Okay, use the same id that you have given. Now button cart dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and now we have to simply open the cart page. For that, start activity, no intent, and pass get application context, give a comma, and we have to call the cart page, I guess. Okay, cart page dot class. Now you can finish this activity when you are opening this from the main activity. Okay, it's better not to finish it. Okay, we need to come back to this activity, so don't finish it. Okay, now this will open the cart, and inside the cart we are going to make these requests, passing with the token, and we are going to add it. Okay, everything is fine. Now you can run it and check. So run it. You have to make sure that your API is running properly on the that port, and the host name should be proper. If you are doing this on the next day, this will be different. Okay, this IP address, that is the local IP, will be different. Okay, so this one will be different. So you have to check it on the command prompt with the IP config, run the command IP config, and you will get this once more, and use that while running the Laravel application, and that's it. So it is running right now. Let's click on this cart. Okay, we are getting an error. So let's go to logcat. First thing, when you are getting an error, you have to go to the logcat. And we could see, okay, this is the error message that we are getting. So it seems the list is empty. Okay, so that could be because we are getting it empty here. So let's check what we have done wrong here. Okay, so it could be because this response is not matching with our data that we are getting from the response. Let me just check it. And okay, we have to add a thing here, that is at serialized name, and this one is data. Okay, and this one is let me just check the previous one. You have to check the response of this Laravel, and you will understand this part. Okay, so you can see serious name, data, and current page and last page. Okay, these two are not required, but you can add it as well. And where is it? Okay, let's open it from here, and we can add it here. Okay, so it is current page. Okay, where is it? Okay, current page. Okay, current page. You can cut it from here, and can add it here. Current page, and then the data, and then next page. Let's move this one. Last page. Okay, we need a last page. Okay, you can remove this one. These things are not required, so it is not necessary. And let's move this one. Can get last page. Okay, anyway, we are not going to use it. Okay, so the main thing is this one. You can add it. This one, that is data, serious name, data here. We forgot to add that, and that was the issue, I guess. Now we can try running it once more. Hope there is no more issues here. So let's run it and try clicking on the cart. Okay, now you can see the cart is loading properly. Now we are having only 2 items here. So let's try add more items and check. Let's add this one, add to cart, go back. Let's add this one, add to cart, go back. Let's add maybe this one, add to cart, and go back. Click on the cart. Now we are having all these items. Okay, you can see it got stuck for a few seconds after the 3, and it loaded the other things. Okay, so everything is working fine. Now we have to implement this, that is this remove button. You can see this price is getting, it is not getting appended. Okay, so for that you can come to, where is the adapter? Okay, let me just check it. Adapter here, and we can see we are calling set text somewhere. Okay, this one can change it to append here. That will solve the issue. Here also can change it to append, and that will solve that issue. Okay, so now if you try to run it, you can see, go to the cart, you can see the price and dollar and the price. Okay, quantity also you can see that here. So now we will be implementing this remove button, and we have added this on click listener here, and on clicking we will be making a request to that delete API, and we will be removing the quantity. Maybe we will be refreshing this page or something, or we will be reducing the quantity. That we can decide. So let's move to that part. Okay, you can go to cart API services here, and we can add one post request to the API. So post, you can specify it as cart / delete and call. Okay, you have to create a response. So let's create a model for that. You can name it like delete cart response, and we can continue that later. Now you can type that here, delete cart response, and let's give it a name like remove cart. And inside that we have to pass the header token, and then we also need to pass the cart ID, that is the ID of the cart item. So we have to pass that as well. Now we can pass a query, and we can name it like cart ID, because we are expecting this on the API. I'll show you. And the string, you can name it like cart ID itself. Okay, now you can give a semicolon here. So we have added the route here in the cart API services. You have to add this one. I can go inside this delete cart response, and here we are getting string of a status, and I think message also. So you can set message and nothing else, I guess. We are simply returning status and message. So you can add get status and get message. And this is not required. You could simply avoid this one as well. You can set this to void, and you can do that, but you can add this. That's better. Okay. And now you can come here, and we can create a variable for token. So you can use that from the previous one, from the cart. You can copy that. So this is the token. You can copy that from there, and we can add it here. So this one, you have to change it like context dot get share preferences, and you can simply click on import this, and it will be added. That's it. So here we are getting our token in this variable. Hope you can see that. This is our package name, nothing else. And then we need to get the cart ID. So string cart ID equals, we can get it from cart item dot get ID. So let's check if this get ID is properly working or not. Let's go to the Laravel application and check if we have added this properly. So you can open your Laravel application and open this cart manager controller. You can find that here inside the mobile. You can see that here. Okay, open that one, and you have to change this to ID. Okay, so this one is here. You can see it is cart ID. You can change this to ID. That's better. Okay, that's much more easier. You can change this to ID because we are getting the ID there. So you have to keep it to ID. Otherwise, this will be returning cart ID, and that will be checking for ID, and it will cause errors. Okay, so simply make this cart ID. You can see that here it is cart ID. Make this ID. That's all. You can see we are making the changes in this list cart function. Okay, so you can change that, and now this will get the ID. So we are getting the ID here. Or we can simply call cart API services, cart API service equals API client dot get client dot, and you can call create and pass cart API service dot class. Okay, now we have to call cart API service object dot you can call the function, and it was like a remove cart, I guess. Then pass the token. Okay, token, and then you can pass the cart ID. Then you can call enqueue and new callback, and you have to select this delete cart response. Now it will add the on response and on failure. You can see that here. Okay, now inside this on response, we can, just like before, we can check if response dot is successful and response dot body not equals null. You can open the if condition. That means the deletion is completed properly, and we have to refresh the screen. Otherwise, the data won't be getting updated. it is easier to refresh the screen than manually handling the we are having this quantity and all. You try to run this. Okay, I'll just run this. Okay, you can see we are having the quantity and all here, so we have to handle that. So let's go back and click on this cart. You can see we are having the quantity and all. Earlier we saw this 200 was 200. So that is because we are using append here. Okay, you can see append for price and quantity. So that was the issue. You can simply change it to set text itself, and you can add a string like quantity, and you can add a plus symbol here, and just like that, here also you can add a string plus it will be price. You can add a dollar symbol as well and change this append to set text. Otherwise it will get appended when you scroll down. Okay, so I will show you before running. Right now we haven't run this, so the code is the previous one. When I'm going to scroll down, you can see the quantity and the price is getting appended to the previous one. That's what happening here. Okay, so now you can simply run this and that should get fixed. Okay, let's go to the cart. Now if you scroll down, this should not happen. See, that is all working fine. Okay, now here inside this we are calling that API, and on success we have to refresh the screen, right? So you can call activity okay, activity, give a space here and type context, and then dot here, and you can call recreate. That's it. Now this will simply recreate the activity, and that will refresh all the data. So that's much easier since we are having this quantity and all. Otherwise we'll have to manually handle it, a lot of things. So this is much easier. Okay, and then in the else part you can show some error messages as a toast message. Okay, toast make text get application context. Okay, you have to pass the context variable and pass like error found. Okay, you can give a proper error message. Right now I'm not concentrating on that, so you can give any proper error message here. Okay, so most probably this could happen when the deletion is not done from the API side. So you can pass some message from the API side and all, and you can show that here and here as well. Okay, so I'm simply going to copy this toast and paste it here as well. Okay, and that's done. Now we can run this, and I hope this will work. So let's come to this cart and let's click on this remove. Okay, you can see the quantity got reduced, and let's go back and come back once more, and you can see it is properly working. If you click on this remove once more, this product one will be completely removed from the cart. See, now that product one got removed from the cart. So our remove button is also working fine. So now we have to work on the other things, that is to proceed with the payment option. So to integrate the payment, you can open the Stripe GitHub page. I'll give the link. So open this one, and we have to add the dependency for this. So you can copy this implementation, and we can come here. Let's minimize this one, and let's go to build Gradle, this one, and we can add this one here. You can change this to Kotlin. Okay, since we are not using Groovy, you have to change it to Kotlin. This is it. Okay, simply add this line, and you can click on sync now. Now this will add Stripe to our Android app, and you could implement Stripe checkout. So after adding this, you can close this build Gradle, and we can create a new activity to collect the phone number and address, etc. So for that, we can first of all create a button on this cart page. So let's come to this cart page here, and you can go to the activity here, and inside this, let's add a button at the bottom, or we can add it at the top right now. Okay, otherwise we will have to work with the UI to make it float to the top and up. So let's add a button here, and we can make it wrap content. Okay, and add a button. So you can give an ID for this button. So let's give an ID, let's say BTN, and proceed something. Okay, we can name this like this, give an ID like this, and add a text like proceed, or we can give a text like pay now or payment or something like that. Okay, so we have added this button here. You can simply add a gravity to the layout and center. Now that should go to center. Okay. Now we can go to this cart page. Let's add an on-click listener for this button here. You can come here and add a button. Okay, button button proceed equals find by id r.id btn proceed, and we can add an on-click listener. So button proceed dot set on-click listener, no on-click listener, and we can simply start a new activity. For that, we have to create a new activity. So let's come here, a new, and go to activity and empty view activity. You can name it like address page, and we can click on create. Okay, click on finish. Now that activity will be added. You can come back to this cart page here, and we can add an on-click listener for this. Okay, we have added the click listener. You can start the activity, no intent, and pass get application context, give a comma, and our new activity, that is address page, and you can call the class. Now you have to start you are starting the activity. Then you can either finish the cart activity, but that is not required. Okay, we can keep that alive. Okay, so this will start our new activity, that is this address page. Let's go to address page, and here we have to add an edit text to collect the address, pin code, phone number, which we are doing in the web part. Okay, so that's why we are continuing the exact same model here as well. So let's go to this XML file. So hope you are familiar with how I'm navigating. So I'm not going to explain how I navigate through these pages all the time. So if you are following along with this video, you will understand. So you can change this to like linear layout and set an orientation of vertical, and we can set edit text. So we will be setting 3 edit text and a button. So I'll be adding that. So you can see that we have added a button at the bottom, and an edit text for a phone number, and an edit text for a pin code, and one for the address. And you can view the view here. Okay, so this is how it looks right now. We can simply add a gravity to center. Okay, and we can also add some margin, something like 10 dp should do. Okay, dp, and that is enough for now. Okay, so this will be our UI. I will not be concentrating too much on the UI. So we'll be keeping the UI simple. You can work on the UI and add more things, like simply add some images and make it. You can make this button and this edit text and all withdrawable. So you can add a background and all and make this much better. You can add a style and all those things. So right now we are not concentrating on that. So let's work on with this. So you can go to this Java class, and here we have to create object for this. Okay, so declare the variables here. You can see we are having 3 edit text and 1 button. Now you have to initialize them. So let's start with button pay equals to find. So give the exact ID of that button. If you're having it out, you can use control and use the mouse to click on this ID, and you'll be taken to this one. Okay, you can see this is the exact button. Okay, now where is it? Okay, here let's initialize the other things, that is edit text. So now we have created and we have initialized the objects here. So now we have to add an on-click listener for this button. Simply add a button dot set on-click listener, new on-click listener. And on clicking this button, we can collect the details from this edit text to a variable. So for that, let's create string address, comma, phone, comma, pin code. Okay, pin code. So we'll be collecting these details. So address equals edit text address dot get text dot toString, just like this for phone number, and for pin code. So it will be edit text phone and edit text pin code. That's it. So we'll be getting these details here. Now we are going to assume that we will be getting some values here. You can check if these are null or not. I'm not going to do that right now because this video is already long. So you can simply add some if conditions, checking that if address dot equals empty, or address, let's say, or you can check if it is null or not. So you can do that here. Okay, so you can do that. Now we have to call the checkout function and make an request to the API. We have to create the API for that. Before that, I think we can initialize our Stripe. So you can create an object for Stripe. So let's come here, Stripe, and create an object Stripe. Okay, let's import the class. Click on import class. You can see this is the Stripe that we need. Okay, this one, not this one, this one. And you can see that is added on the top here. So this is the class we added. Okay, now you can come here before all this. Okay, and we can initialize them. So that will be Stripe object equals new Stripe, and get application context, give a comma. Now we have to pass the publishable key, that is the public key. So we have to copy that key from the Stripe dashboard. So simply open your Stripe dashboard. So I'm doing this inside test mode. So simply log into your Stripe dashboard and go to developers option and click on this API key option here, and you can copy this publishable key and copy this one. Click to copy this one, and you can paste that here. Okay, you can paste that here, and that's it. So now the publishable key is added, and you can come here and let's create a payment sheet. So you have to create an object for payment sheet. First of all, you can come here, payment sheet, then you can come back here, payment sheet equals new payment sheet, and pass get application context, or you can pass this activity. Okay, we can call new payment sheet result callback, and that will add this on payment sheet result override function. Give a semicolon here, and inside this we can check if the payment is completed or not. So simply check if like payment sheet result instance of payment sheet result dot completed. Okay, and if it is completed, you could simply show a toast message that payment is successful and all, and in the else part we can show some other toast message. Okay, so simply add this toast message on the success part. You can see that this toast message, add this toast message, and let's copy this and paste this on the else part and change the message to something like payment failed or something. Okay, failed. Okay, and that's it. Now that is completed. Now we can move on with the API part. We have to create the API so that we can create the ID and all those things, checkout ID and all. So let's go to the Laravel part now. So for that, open your Laravel project, and you can come to this cart management. Go to this mobile and open this cart, and we have to create a function. So like maybe like checkout or something, you can name the function like that. So we have already done this on this, so we can check that. Let's check that, and we can proceed. So in the order, okay, you can see this is the function that we have done. So you can copy this function. So copy this function fully from here. So those who haven't watched the web version of this project, I will post the video, and you can type this in. Okay, so let's add that to, you can either add that to cart, or you can create a order manager like controller inside this mobile. So let's create a controller then. Okay. So you can use this command and create the controller, hit enter, that will create the controller. So, okay, wait for this to complete. Okay, it is created. Now you can find that controller here. Okay, let's minimize and you can copy and paste that function here. So yes, these things are asked. Okay, click on OK. And you can see that we have already added Stripe to our project. Okay, so if you haven't added Stripe to your project, you have to add it to a Laravel project. Okay, so if you want to know how to add this to your PHP project, you can simply come to this GitHub page and you can simply copy this composer require and you can copy this and run that. Simply copy this one and you can open this terminal and paste it here, and that you can hit enter and that will be added to your project. That's it. So we have already added it. Okay, so here we have added this function. So you can see these are the use statements, so you can add it properly. Okay, now we have added this checkout. So we are validating if we are having this address, pin code and phone number. So you have to pass these. Then okay, we are selecting the items from the cart, just like how we did on the cart, but here we only need few items, few details. Okay, so we are getting the things here, then price, etc. And okay, here we are checking if the item is empty or not, and you can replace this with the response and JSON. We can set something like error status. You can set it status. Okay, make it error, and we can pass a message also. Okay, we have to pass this as an array, so make it an array. That's it. Okay, opening and closing of the array. That's it. So you can return this message if the cart items is empty. And then okay, if you are not familiar with this function, you can pause this video and you can type this in. Okay, so we have to simply add this function. So you can pause this video and type this, and here we are creating this for the Stripe for each item. So we are looping through the cart items that we are fetching here. So we are going to loop through that, and we are going to create this line items array so that we can pass that here. Okay, so we are going to create this array like this using this for each, fetch all the details like the quantity, ID that we need. We'll be using that later on in this video, and then the quantity, the price, quantity into price, we are doing that math here. Okay, so we are multiplying and doing that calculation here. Okay, and you can see this is how we give the price. You can see into 100, you have to give that like this, and then you can see we are adding each items. So this will show up in the Stripe dashboard when we check out. So you can see the quantity and each item details will be displayed properly. Stripe has things to handle that, so you can see that here. And the currency is given here, title of the item, quantity, everything is given here. So you can pause this video and type these on. And we have explained this in detail on the previous video. So if you want the explanation, so go and watch that video. I'll give the link in the below. And simply we are going to enter these details to this orders table. So if you don't know this orders migration, you can open this migration, and this is our orders table. You can see we are having user ID, product ID, quantity, total price, address, pin code, phone number, payment ID, and the status, and the timestamp and the primary key, that is the ID. Okay, so this is our migration for orders table, and we are also having the model created. You can see that here, this is the model. So if you're not having these, you can add that also. Now here we are simply saving that details here. Okay, total price, product IDs, which we need to encode to JSON because we are having multiple IDs, and the same for this quantities as well. And total price, it is single because we are calculating the total price and then adding, so it is a single digit. And yeah, the phone number, address we are getting from the Android part, we have to pass it from that. Then we are simply saving it. Now inside this if condition, we can remove everything. We can remove this much from here, also this return. Okay, so this will be it. Now inside this we have to make some changes. So let's create a stripe variable. Okay, that you could use from the previous code itself. Okay, so we need this one. So let's copy that, go back, and we can paste that here. Okay, so we need this one. This is the stripe key. You can get the stripe key from the stripe dashboard. I'll show you how to get this. So simply go to a stripe dashboard, and here on the API keys you can see publishable key and the key secret. Simply click on reveal, and you will get this stripe secret key. So click on reveal, and you can copy that and use it. So in our case, we are adding that to the .env file. So you can go to this .env file here. You can see that here. And where is it? Okay, you can see that here. Okay, you have to add that details here. So right now we haven't added it. So let's add that. So let's click on reveal, and we can copy this one, and we can paste that here. Simply paste that stripe secret key here. And this one is for webhook. We will be adding it later on. So let's keep that like that there. Okay. And then you can go to this config, and here go to the app, and you can see this one. That is this stripe key. You have to add this 2-line here, and then only you can access it like this here. Here we can create a payment intent. So payment intent equals $stripe, and you can call payment intent of create. It's an array, and inside that you can specify the price, which is total price. You have to multiply it with 100. Okay, so total price into 100, and you can set the currency. Okay, and you can set the payment method type, yes, card, and you have to pass the metadata which we need for the webhook. So metadata, you can pass that in an array, and it will be order ID, and we can set that $order of ID. We are creating the order here. Okay, so that's it, and give a semicolon here. Okay, you can remove this one here. Okay, don't give a semicolon here as well. Okay, you can use a comma there. Okay, give a semicolon here. Okay, after this you can give it here, and that's all. These are the things that you need. Now we can return a response. So return a response of a JSON, and we can pass status, and we can pass not the data. You can remove this one, and then we can pass what is it? We have to pass this payment client secret, payment intent client secret, which is generated through this process. So we can name it like checkout or something. So we will be receiving it from the Android part. You can give a key name for that, and you can receive it like $payment intent of client client secret. Okay, this is it. You have to return this one, which is the main thing. Okay, so everything else is secondary. This is the main thing that you have to pass. With this thing we will be proceeding the payment. Okay, so you can see that here. So this part is very important. Now this will generate the payment intent client secret thing, and we will use that to proceed with the payment. So this is it. So you can see that here, and in this case we don't need this. Okay, because we are not passing that to you, so you can simply remove that. That is not required here. Okay, so that is also not required. I think now our function is complete, nothing else to change. Okay, so everything is complete now we are good to go, and we can go to the Android side. So in the Android part, we have to first of all create a model for the response and request of this one. So for that you can create one more package. Let's create a package, maybe name it order something, and we can create a new class. So you can name it like order request. Okay, it is request, order request, and hit enter. Now here we need few things for the request, that is address, pin code, and the phone number. So let's create string address, pin code, and phone number. Okay, so we have to pass them. For that we can create a constructor, that is order request of you have to pass the string address, comma string pin code, okay, phone, comma Okay, we have to keep it in this order itself. String pin code and give a comma here, and that's it. Okay, let me just minimize this one and open the constructor. And inside this, you can simply call this dot address equals address, and this dot phone, this dot phone, pin code equals pin code, and this dot phone equals phone. That's it. Now you can simply close this one. We need one for the response. So let's create one more for response, order response, and hit enter. Now for the response, we are having status. So string status. Okay. Oh yes, it is. Okay. Status. And one more thing, that is the we are having checkout. Okay. Checkout. Okay. Checkout. If you're having any other name, you can set serialized name. Okay. That's all. And now we can call a getter for the status and getter for this checkout, and that's it. So we can also add a setter. Simply add this checkout and set for status. That's it. Now that is complete. Now you can close this model. Now you can go to the activity, that is this one, address page. You can move that to the order, do the refactor, and that will be changed to the order package. Okay. And now you can open this address, and here we have to create a request. Okay. First of all, we have to add this route. Okay. Let me just go to, okay, we have to create one. Okay. Let's create something like order API service, just like how we did for previous things. You have to create this order API service. And now you can specify at post, and the route will be like, let's check how the route is. So for that, you can simply go to the part where we are calling this checkout. Okay, we forgot to call this checkout post. So that's the thing. Okay, so you have to call this. So let's go to our route, that is api.php, and we can call that here. Okay, so we can add a post request to something like checkout, and we can call this function. So it is order manager, right? Order manager. So make sure that you are calling the exact order manager. So this is not the one that you have to call. Okay, so change this. So you can see that here. So you have to remove this. Okay. We are having the same class name. You can see that this one requires the order manager that is inside this. Let me just show you. Okay. So this one is this order manager class. Okay, controller. And this one is this one. Okay, which is inside this mobile folder. So in that case, you can either use as, I will show you. Wait. Where is it? Okay, open this API. Okay, you can import this class first. Okay, you can import. You can see we are having two files. Okay, with the same name inside this mobile folder and here as well. So let's import this one, and that could be kept as order manager. And we can import one more thing. Let's duplicate this line and add mobile / this one, and you can add a as operator here, and you can name it like order manager mobile. Okay, now you have to use this one for this. Okay, so that's it now. Or you can simply add this complete path here. That doesn't look good, so you can use this as here. Okay, very simple. You can add it like this, and now you can call the function that was checkout post. Okay, so our route is added. So this is our route, this is the path. Now you can go back to the Android part. Now here we can specify checkout here, checkout, and now you can specify call, and that will be order, let's say order response, and we can call make order, and we can pass at header. Okay, header, and that will be authorization, and you can set string token, give a comma, and one more thing, that is the body, at body, and we have to pass order request. That's it. Give a semicolon here, and we are getting an error. Okay, we have to make this an interface. Okay, so simply add it as an interface. That's it. So you have to create an interface, not a class. Okay. So create an interface like this, and this one is complete. Now you can open this address page. Let's minimize this, and you can come here. And here we have to make the request. For that, first of all, we need to get the token. So get the token like this. And then we need to call this order API service. Order API service equals API client dot get client dot create and pass order API client API service dot class. Give a semicolon, and now use order API service dot you can call the function that we have created, that is make order, and pass the token and give a comma, and then you have to pass the pin code, address, etc. For that, we have to create an object for this order request. So order request equals new order request, and we have to pass address, I guess. Address, then it is pin code, then it is phone number. So you have to pass it in the order itself. Okay, phone number, and give a semicolon. Now you can pass this order request here. Okay, simply pass that object here, order request, and give a semicolon. Okay, and you can call dot and call the enq and new and call back order response. Okay, now inside this response, on response, we can proceed with the payment. Okay, before that we have to do the usual, that is response dot is successful and response dot body. Okay, body not equals null. Inside this we have to get the payment intent. So for that, let's create a string pi pay I. Okay, equals, we can get like response dot body dot, let's call it get checkout. The function name is get checkout. Okay, so you can see that here. Okay, and we are passing it with the key, that is checkout. Okay, and here we are getting that. Then we can call payment sheet, the object that we created on the top, dot present with payment intent. Call that function, and then we can pass this payment intent, and then you can call new payment sheet dot config, and then you can pass your merchant name or something. So you can see all those details here. You can hover over this and you can see what all things you can pass. Okay, let's pass just the payment merchant name. So let's set it to codes easy. Okay, now that's enough. You can set your name here. Okay, whatever name that you want to, you can set that. Now you can set an else toast message. Okay, else some toast message failed. Okay, add this failed toast message on the else part, and you can copy that and paste that on the on failure also. Okay, you can handle this errors properly. So we are simply making it easier. So this should initiate the payment. So I think everything is done. Now before running, we can once more check the API. So here we have to create a customer, and we have to pass the customer address and the name. It is important. In India, it is very required. Otherwise, you will get errors. So we have to add that, and okay, we can do that. So you can come here. It is very simple. You can simply call, let's create a variable customer, and you can see the suggestion. You can use that and give a semicolon here. And now you can pass the name. So let's set some name, and you can pass the user's name. So that is like auth. You can get the name like user of name. Now that will give you the name here. Give a comma, and here we have to pass the address. So for the address, you can type the address, and the address is going to be an array. And in this array, we are having line 1, yes, and we are having postal code. So you can type postal underscore code, and we have to set that. Then we are having country. Yes, we need the country. We need state. We need city also. So we need the city. Okay, so this much details we need. Currently, we are having the address that we are accepting here. You can see that here, pin code and the phone number also. So we need state, country, and the city as well. Okay, so we need 3 more items that is required when you are making this payment on Android. Okay, so these things are required, so we have to collect it. So let's do that. So first of all, you can change this to like a dollar request of address. Okay, you can change it to address, and here you can set it as dollar request of postal code. So it is pin code. And this one, if you are simply setting it to US, you can set it to US, or you can accept this one from the customer. Now you can do this in 2 ways. You can either ask the users to fill these details, or you can fetch these details with some APIs, and you can fill these automatically. You will get state and country precisely, and the city might change, might not be the correct one when you're using APIs. So we can ask these details from users. That will be better. So let's copy these 3 items, and we can add that here. So it is 3 more. It is what all was it? Okay, it is city, and we are having a state, and we are having a country. Okay, so these 3 are added here. Now we have to pass these as well. Now you can use that here. Okay, you can come here and you can type a request of country, and here we can provide dollar request of state, just like that, a request of city here. So now we are giving this address properly here. We have to pass this from Android. We will be doing that. I will update that. Okay, so here we are getting all the address that we require. Then you can pass the customer ID in this payment intent where we are creating it. Okay, so you can come here and add a field and name it customer, and you can pass the customer ID. Okay, this is the customer variable, this one, and you will get the ID like this. Okay, simply pass ID, and that will solve the issues. You can simply pass this, and we also have to pass the description. That is also required. So let's pass the description. Okay, give a comma here, and let's pass description. You can refer the Stripe documentation, and you can understand that much better. We already have done a detailed video on this, so that's why I'm not going to the documentation and explaining it now. So we can make this video much faster. Okay, so let's go, and we can set some description here, and that's it. So you can set the description here, and you can create a new customer here and add that customer here, and that's it. Okay, these things you have to do, which is required. So do this, and now you are good to go. You can run this. And also, okay, we have to make one more change. This one, okay, this one is not the thing. You have to remove this one. Okay, you don't need this one. Okay, let's copy this publishable key from here and just remove this one, and you can call payment configuration dot init, and inside that we can pass get application context, give a comma, and now you can pass the publishable key. So let's add the publishable key here. Okay, so hope you know from where you could get this publishable key. You can get it from the Stripe dashboard. Now you have to change that Stripe variable, and you have to add this one. Okay, simply add this one on the top inside the onCreate, and that's it. Okay, so this variable is not required. Okay, and that's it. Now you can run this, nothing else. So we can try running this and check if everything is working. So let's run it on an emulator. Okay, the app has launched. Let's go to the cart. Okay, we are having 3 items in the cart. Let's proceed. We have to collect details also. So we forgot that. So we need to collect 3 more things. That is the country, city, and the state. So let's do that. For that, we can go to this activity, and here we can add 3 more red text. Okay, so let's copy this one and add 1, 2, and 3. So the first one will be for city. Let's add city, and you can change it to enter city. And the next one is for state, and you can make it enter state. And one more thing, that is here, we can make it like enter country, and you can make country here. And that's it. Now we can go to the Java side. We have to create objects for this. Okay, edit text city, edit text state, edit text country. Okay, create 3 objects for the edit text. Now we have to initialize them. So let's come here and 1, 2, 3, edit text city, edit text state, edit text country. Where is it? This one. Now change the object ID, variable ID, view ID. So you have to change it to like edit text, what is it? City, and edit text state, and one more thing, edit text country. Okay, edit country. Okay, edit state, edit country. You can verify the IDs like this. Okay, and that's it. Now they are initialized. Now we have to get it to a variable before we send it to the API. So okay, you can come here 3 and let's give a comma here. So we need to pass city, state, and country. So change it, city, state, and country. Okay, now this one as well, edit text city, edit text state, edit text country, and that's it. Okay, so now we are getting these values. We have to pass them now. So for that, we are passing them here. So you have to go inside this, and we have to create these variables. Okay, so let's copy these variable names. Okay, and you can simply go inside this one, and you can paste this here and here as well. Add string here, string. Okay, where is it? String. Okay, you can copy that class here and paste here, and one more, that is for the country. Okay, so add these here. Okay, to the constructor, add this. Now we have to come here, this dot city equals city, this dot state equals state, this dot country equals country, and that's it. Okay, so that is solved. You can go back to this one that is here, and we can pass city. I think the first thing you have to pass that in the order. So address, pin code, phone, city, state, and country. Okay, address, pin code, phone, city, state, and country. That's it. Okay, so that is solved. Now we are passing all those details. Now I think we can run. So let's try running it. So now the app has launched. Let's go to the cart. Let's click on proceed. Okay, we are having these details. Let's enter some address here. So you can enter the details here, and now click on pay now. So now we can see the payment option is showing up, and we can try entering some test card details. We can enter this card details. Let's enter some expiry date which is above our current month and year. Enter some CVV. You can select the state and all this. Since this is in test mode, you can enter anything and that will go through. So you can click on pay now. Okay, so this should get complete. Okay, let's wait for it. Okay, so you can see the payment is successful now. See, payment is successful. Now we have to work on the webhook part. Okay, so if you go back, you will see that this cart and all will not be updated. Let's go back. You can see, because we have to delete these items from the webhook. Okay, or you can also delete that from the order part, but it is better to delete it from the webhook. Okay, so that's it with the payment part. Now we can implement the order history page, and then we can move to the webhook. So let's start with that. You can come to this Laravel part and open this order manager inside mobile. You can see that here. And we have to create a new function to show the order history. So we have to fetch the details from the database. For that, we have to create a new function. So let's go to this previous controller that we have created earlier. And we are having this order history function. You can see that here. Here we are fetching the details, and we are fetching the details from the order, and then we are fetching the name, all those things. So simply copy this much, and we can go to the order manager inside this mobile folder, and we can create a function here, function order history, and you can add this here. Okay, simply paste that here. Okay, now we need a request here, request $request. Okay, so here we are fetching. Okay, let me just hit an enter from here. Okay, so here we are fetching the details from orders table, and it is in descending order, and also descending order of ID, and you can see we are using user ID. So we'll be getting the details, order history of that specific user. We're also having this paginate of 5. Then we are going to fetch each item's details, and we are returning that. So you can see that we are doing that here. So we will be having the details of each item. So you can return this here, return a response, and we can return JSON and orders and give a semicolon. That's it. Now this is the response of what we have done. So this is how it will look like. You can see we are having current page. So we are having pagination. So that's why this options, and inside the data, we are having JSON objects, and each objects inside that we are having product details. Okay, inside that we will be having the products that we may, when we made the order, there will be one product or more than one product. I will show you one with more than one product. You can see, okay, this one. Okay, so that you can see in this order with the ID 19, you can see we are having more than one product here. This is one product, and this is the second product. So we are fetching the details of each product, and we are adding that in here. And we are also getting the details like the quantity and quantity of the first product, second product, and then the product IDs. You can see that here, and then the user ID here, and all those things. You are getting all those things here. And the payment ID, when the payment ID is successful, you can see we will also be getting the payment ID as well. So here in this example, you can see that we are getting this payment ID also here. So this will be done through the webhook. Webhook will add this payment ID and also update the status to payment completed. So that's how it will be done. So we have to implement this. So this is the response, how it will be looking like. So we have to see how we can fetch these details and show that in a UI in the Android part. So for that, first of all, we can minimize this emulator, and we can close all this. Okay, let's close all this. Okay, and now we can simply create one more package inside this order, and maybe like history, and inside that we have to create a new activity, okay, to show this history page. So let's create new activity. So let's come here, activity, new empty activity, and you can name it order history, and hit enter. Okay, drag and drop this to this one, history page, and it is added here. And now we are having one activity. Okay, so here we need a recycler view, just like all these things that we have done. We have to add a recycler view here. So you can get it from here. Simply add a recycler view. Okay, let's add recycler view here. And okay, I will just go to the split mode. Okay, and let's change this parent layout to linear layout. You can also set the orientation in case we need that. Okay, so that's it. So this is done. You can close it, and you have to create object and all. We will come back to that later. So first of all, we can create a order object. So order model. So we can make that here. Okay, inside this one, let's come here and let's create order and order details maybe. Okay, and hit enter. Now here we have to get ID, string ID, and we will be having user ID and product ID and quantity. Then we will be having total price, total price, And then we are also having this address, phone number, etc., which we don't need. Then the next important thing, so you can give a semicolon here. So these things are required. So add this on a string. Then the next thing we need is one for the product details that we are returning. So you can create one here. Okay, let's create like product details. Okay, products okay, you can use that. That's fine. And here we are having the name, quantity, price, slug, image, etc. Okay, so let's add string for that. So you can create the string for that, and then below you can simply add getters for this. Get quantity, get image, get slug, get price, and get name. That's it. Okay, so add these getters, and that's it. You can close this one, and you can use that here. So list of product details. Okay, import the class of this list one, and product details semicolon. And now we can simply add the getters and setters for this. So we can add the getters by simply type alt plus insert, and we can select getters and setters, and simply select all of this, Control A, and you can click on OK. Now that will add all of them automatically. Okay, so this is a simple shortcut in Android Studio. You can use that. So that's it. So we have added the getters and setters. So you can close this one and go to the order history Java activity part. Okay, now we need to add a route. You can go this inside this interface, and we have to add one more thing, that is at post, and you can name it like order/history. You can either create a new file and do it, or you can do it inside this one. That's up to you. I think this one makes sense, so you can add it here. Okay, call, and now we have to pass a model for this response. So let's create that also here. So we are having this one. Okay, this one. Okay. So now one for that. So let's create that. So let's name it order history response and hit enter. Now inside this, we will be having one list of order details, and name it order details. You can import this class. Now we need this getter and setter. So get and set. That's it. So add a getter and setter for this one, and you can call this here. Okay, so that is order history response, and we can create a function like order history. Let's pass this header. You can paste that here, and we need to pass a query at query, and that is page, and pass a string page. Okay, that's it. So we are doing the pagination, so you have to add that as well. You can refer the previous ones, and you can see that we are doing the same thing. So it's all the same thing. So you can refer that. Okay, so you can pass it as an integer as well. Okay, that doesn't matter. So let's keep it to int. Now we need to create an adapter for this to be displayed. For that, first of all we have to create an item layout part. So let's use this one. We can simply use this exact view or something. We will be having few more things that we need to add. So let's create new one. Okay, let's create a new one. Name it order history item, and you can hit enter. Now we can simply copy this one from here, and we can add that here. Simply add this one here, and we can make modifications to this one. So let's go to split mode, and we need to see how it looks like. Okay, we need order ID. We can show at order ID. Then we can show the list of each items. Okay, for each order there could be one or more than one item. So we could show that details here in the place of this quantity, and we can show the total price and such things. So we can first of all start with this let's change. We definitely will be having this image because we are going to take the first image and we are returning that. So we'll be simply loading the first image here, and that's it. That means if the order is having more than one item, we will be using the image of the first item. Okay, in that order. We can also add one more text view that is for adding the title of the items in that order. So one specific order could have more than one item in it. Okay, so we need to show at least the title. For now, we'll be showing the title only. You could show more things. Maybe you could add a list view here, and you could show the title, and on clicking you could open the details page, etc. That is possible. So for now, we will be only showing the title of that specific item. So let's add a text view for that. So you can give the ID also here. You can give an ID here. Now you can copy this from here, and we can change the ID of all the items. So you can change it to this one. So instead of this remove, we don't need this button. So you can remove this button. Button is not required. So we don't need the button. So you can remove that button. So you have to add this price. Okay. Then the quantity. Okay. We are having the quantity option, but we could display it. So we might change it later on. So let's add it also. Okay. And this will be the order ID. So we can change it like order history ID or something. So you can keep that. And instead of title here, you can change it to order ID. And then we need, okay. So the details we can come back to this later on, and we can change everything. So this will be a basic view that we have created right now. Now we have to create an adapter. Before that, you can go to this order API services. Okay, we have added this URL. So we have forgot to add this to the route section in Laravel. So let's copy this one here, and we can go to this api.php in the route section. And here we can add our route. So let's duplicate this line and paste this here, and that will be route manager mobile, and we can call the function. It was a list. Okay, it was order history, I guess. Okay, so simply call that function. You have to add this route here. Okay, otherwise it will not call this function and you will not get the result. Okay, and inside that we are having our function here. Okay, simply returning the order details here. And that's it. Now we can go back to our Android part. Now we need to add an adapter. So for the adapter, we can actually copy that from the product. So you can copy this one and you can add that here. You can change it to order history. So here in the adapter that we just copied, we can change few things. So let's change this to, you can change it to order details here. Okay, so let's change that to order details here. So let's open the adapter. Okay, and here we can change it to order details, and you can copy this one and you can paste that here. And okay, let's scroll down. Okay, here also order details, and we are having, let's type get ID. Okay, we need ID, and we are having the ID of the user, and quantities, which is a array. It will be in JSON, and we will be having total price and product details. Okay, product details we will be having. Okay, let's go inside and check. Okay, we'll be having the details of each product. Okay, it is a list of products, and inside that we are having the name of the product, I guess. Okay, name, price, etc. So that's how it will be. Now we need, okay, what are things we need? Let's check. We will be showing the ID, okay, which will be the ID of the order table. Then we can show the, if we are having this that is this transaction ID, we can show that as well, and we can show total price. So let's go to the view. I told you that we'll be changing the view also again. So let's open the view. That is this one. Okay, then not this one, the item. Okay, this is order history item. Okay, open that, and here, okay, we are showing the order ID and the quantity. We don't need the quantity, Anyway, that is not, you can display items according to your need. So for now, we can avoid quantity, and we can show, let's show the payment ID. So payment ID. So you have to make sure that payment ID is added. I think it is not added. So we'll be adding it. Okay. So let's add it, quantity to payment ID here. And we can show total price. That's fine. And then we will be showing the name of the items that are in this order. Okay. So let's add a title, text for that, item details. Okay. This will be overridden when we are going to set the text. Okay. So simply for us to view right now, we can add it, and a margin top something and 10 dp something. Okay. That's fine. So we can simply align all this to center. So come here, gravity, center. And now since we are using match parent, okay, we have to give the gravity ourselves. Okay. So let's see what we could do. Come here. Okay. We can make this wrap content, then that will make it align center. Okay. Simply make all the match parent to wrap content for the width. Okay. And we can copy this one, and we can paste it here. And one more thing, that is here. Okay, now it is aligned to the center. And okay, that's enough with the UI part. So let's go back to our adapter. Where is it? Okay, this one. And okay, so I need to refer the IDs of the items. So let me just check it. So go to split mode, and we can align this one here and this one here. Okay, so now you can check the ID properly. So you can see this is cart still. So we can change that ID to order history price. It will be the total price. Okay, total price of the order. And you can scroll down to the bottom, and here we will be changing all the things that this one. Okay, title, and title, instead of title we are having ID, I guess. Okay, ID, and we are having ID, then we are having image, and we are having payment ID. Okay, payment ID, and we are having price, then we are having okay, this is the title of each items. So we can set something like, okay, we can set instead of this title we can set something like items. Okay, and we can set like items. Okay, that's enough. And image view, okay, that's fine. Now you can simply close this one. Okay, these are the objects. Now we can initialize them. So ID, that will be like it was like order history ID, and then the payment ID, and it was like order history something, payment ID. Okay, and the price is like order history price. So that's why I use this order history every time. So it will be easier for you to find the ID of that exact view easily. And now order history, this is image view, right? So image, now that is set. Now this part is completed. Okay, so these things will be showing. If you want to show more details of the things, you can show that. For making it easier, we are not going to show that. You can remove this function. It is not required here. So you can remove that one. And okay, here we are having the ID, and this will be get ID, not the product ID, get ID. Okay, now we can change this to payment ID, and we have to get the payment ID. I think we haven't added the payment ID, so we will have to add that. So let's go to this order details page. And if you are wondering how I am navigating, you can simply click on control and simply use the mouse to click on this class, and you can navigate like this. Okay, and here we have to add one more thing, that is the payment ID. So let's check the response that we will be getting. So I'll show you how we are going to get this response. I will simply print this in the web, and I will show you how this JSON response will look like. So for showing you that, I have opened our web part of this project, which is done on a different video. So you can see we are simply showing this history page in the web. It is the same page that we are creating on the Android part. Same page, we are having it on web also. I have simply changed this controller from this web part to the mobile part. So we'll be getting the JSON response for this. Now simply log into this dashboard. This is the web part that we have developed on the previous video. Now you can click on this orders and you will get the JSON response. This is the response that we are going to get. And you can see that we are having ID. This is the order ID that we are going to use. User ID and this product ID and the quantity, which is an array. You can see that this JSON, and this is total price. This is address, pin code, phone, these details we are having. Then we can use this payment ID. Okay, payment ID. And status also, if you want, you can use that. You can set the status properly. Currently, we are having few status, that is payment completed, etc. So you can set that, and created at, updated at, etc. You can use that. And inside this product details, we are having an array. And inside that, there is objects of JSON. There could be more than one or one also. Okay. So that's what we are going to access. So you can copy this one, payment ID, and we can add it somewhere here. So payment ID, let's make it, okay, payment ID, and simply let's add a get payment ID, get payment ID, and also set payment ID. Okay. And now we can call this get payment ID from the adapter. That is get payment ID, and then the price. So it is like get total price. Okay. And our image, for the image get, let's check how the image is being loaded. Let's go to here, and okay, for the images we will have to go inside this product details, and we could choose the first items image. Okay, I'll show you how it will be. So let me just take the response with more than one items, so I could show you how it will be. Okay, here you can see in this order, you can see ID, this one, we are having more than one items. See, in the same order we are having more than one item. That is product 4 and product 3. So we will be using the image of the first item as the thumbnail, or we'll be showing in the card view, this image. Okay. So that's what we are going to do. So for that, we will be using the list, and we'll be getting the first item, and then we'll be showing the image here. So let's go back to the app. Now you can go back to the adapter, and here, in order to get the image, we can call get product details. That will be a list, I guess. Okay, that is a list. So we have to get the first item dot get index of 0, and dot we can call get image. Now that will get the image of the first product. Okay, now we are loading that into the image view here. So that is done. Now we are having on click for the item. Okay, that's fine. And okay, we are passing it. That is not required. So we can remove this on click. It is not required. So we can remove that on click, and that's it. So this one is complete, I guess. So let's go through everything so that we don't make any mistake. So the view holder class, you can change this name and make it proper for this adapter class. So let's add that properly. Okay. You can make it like, instead of this product, we can make it like order history view holder. And let's scroll down, and here also change it, and here also change it, and here also you have to change it, where else we are having that. Okay. Okay. And here now you have to change the constructor as well. Okay. And that's it. So that is also complete. Now our adapter class is completed. Now you can go back to the activity, that is this one. Open the activity, order history. Now for the order history activity page also, you can refer the previous one that is done on this home page. Now here we can check, and let's copy these things. We need these things, so maybe not the button. So everything else, you can copy this, and let's paste that here on the top. And instead of this product adapter, our adapter is order history. Okay, it is order history, order, okay, history adapter. And you can change the object name as well to order history adapter or something. And here also the list is order details, I guess. Okay, you have to make sure that it is from the history, okay, package, and select that, and you can change it to something like order history details list. Okay, and the current page loading. Okay, these are done. Now you can go back to main activity, and here we will be needing this one. Okay, we need this much. Okay, this much, whatever that is remaining inside the on create, you can copy. That will start from here to here. Okay, you can copy that, and we can add that here. Okay, now we can change this to order history adapter, and this will be like order history list, the details list, and we are getting an error here. So required type is okay. We have to pass change this one. Okay, that is order history adapter, and now that is fixed. Now here adapter object name, change it, and fetch product, we have to create that function. Let's keep it there. We'll be creating it soon. Now this one also, order details list, and this, let's keep it there, and everything else is fine. Okay, now you can go back to this main activity. Where is it? Okay, open this one, and now we can copy this fetch product. So let's copy that function from here, and we can close this one now, and we can paste it here. After the on create, we have to paste it. Okay, now here we are having this one. Okay, that is fine. We are getting the token. That is fine. We have to change this. Okay, it will be like order API. Okay, order API service, and let's change the object name also, order API service, and this one also, order API service dot class. Change this line properly. Now the object name has to be changed here, and instead of this get product, it will be, I guess, get, okay, order history. Okay, order history. You can see that name here. Okay, this function. Okay, we are calling this function that we just created for this route. Okay, that is inside this class, that is order API service.java. So add that, call that, and we have to pass the token and page number. You can see that here, token page number, and we are passing that here. And then we are calling the, okay, it is not paginated response. We are using something else. So let's check the name. It is this one, okay, which is order history response. So simply change that to order history response. Order history response. Let's copy this from here, this class from here inside this callback, and let's paste this one here and this one here, and where else we have to change. Okay, and here inside the on failure, you have to change it there as well. Now the error here is fixed. Okay, now we are inside this on response. So inside this if condition, we can change this list of order details. We can change it to order details, and let's make this one get order details list, and we can change the object name here, and okay, object name is this one. Okay, use the object name, not the class name. Object name dot is empty, and then this is the top one, so it is order details list that we have created on the top. You can scroll to the top and you can get that, and you can use get order details list, and this is the adapter, order history adapter dot notify. Now I think the order history part is also complete. Now we can try running this one. So let's try running this one. Okay, before that we have to add a button to access this order history page. So for that you can open this main activity XML part, and here near the cart you can add one more button. So let's add one more button here, and name it button order history, order HISTORY, and let's orders. You can give it orders, something like that. So this is how it is going to look. You can make this align. Okay, let's add a linear layout then. Okay, match parent, wrap content, and here inside this we have to set orientation to horizontal, and let's copy our buttons, both the buttons, and you can paste that inside this one, and it will align like this. Okay, you can set gravity to center, and that's that. Okay, now we have added the buttons like this. Now we have to go inside the class that is inside this one. Okay, home. You can see inside the home main activity Java class, and here we are having our button. So here let's add one more button object, button orders, and initialize and add an on click listener. just like the before one. Orders equals find view by id r.id dot, and it is btn orders, I guess. btn orders. Okay, let's check the, okay, this is it, order history, btn order history. So you have to give the exact id here, and then button orders dot set on click listener, no on click listener, and we can start the activity. So copy that one here, and it is not cart page, it is order, it is order history, I guess. So let's check, it is order history. Yes, it is order history. So you can call order history here. Now that is done, and we can try running this one. So let's try opening this in an emulator. Okay, now we can go to the orders page. Okay, it is crashing. So let's open the logcat and check what is the error is. And we are getting a null here on the list. So let's go there, and that is happening here. Okay, it is happening here, that is here. So let's go inside this one. So control and click on this function. Okay, it is happening here. So that means we have to add a serialized name here. So you can simply add at serialized name, and it is data here. Okay, so this is the response from the paginated data. So you can do it like this. Okay, so that is done. Simply add this serialized data here. So most probably we'll be having a few more things that we need to add this serialized name. So let me just check once more before running it. Okay, here in the order details, this is fine. Okay, this one we have to add the serialized name. Okay, you can add that here. So this one, it will be product details. So it is like at serialized name, and it is product underscore details. Okay, so I will show you how you are getting this name and all. Let me just go to the Laravel page and show you. So here you can see this data, which is the serialized name that we used on the response. That will get this data, and that is having all these details. Okay, and there you don't need that serialized name, because you can, in case you are having a different name for the variable and a different name for this things, you have to add that serialized name properly. And here you can see this one, that is the product details. This is the serialized name that we have given just now. Okay, so you can get that from this response. Simply check the response, how it will be looking, and you can give that serialized name properly. So giving this name will be better, because you won't face any errors. Okay, so if you are facing errors, you could check if you check by adding these names, and it could solve the problems. Now we can simply go back to the adapter. Okay, let's go back to the order history adapter, and let's check one more thing here. Okay, this one we forgot to change when we copy pasted the code from the products adapter. So this, our adapter is order. Okay, our view is order history item. Okay, so this is the layout that you have to use here. Then only you will get this exact ID and all that we have used here. Okay, otherwise you will get errors. Okay, so I think we have done 3 corrections. That is this one, and one is this serialized name for this one, that is order history response, and one for this one, that is this product details inside the order details model. Okay, and now we can try running this one. Most probably there won't be much more errors. So let's wait for this to load. You can add a loading animation that will look better. Now you can click on this orders. Okay, now you can see the orders are loading. You can see the ID is changing, and the image of the first item is showing up. Okay, so you can see most of the images same. You can see the next, this image is different. So the first item, whichever is the first item, that item's image will be shown here. Okay, so you can choose if the second item or something, that's up to you. Okay, or you can also choose the last items. Okay, like you can use the size of the list, and then you can do that. Okay, now that is working. Now this price is null, so we have to check that. Most probably that will be because of the serialized name issue. So where is it? We are getting total price here, and I think the serialized name for that is different. Let's check that. So for that, you can come here, and you can see this is the serialized name that you have to use. So let's copy this one from here, and we can add it here where we are specifying the price that is here. So let's give a semicolon here and a string, and then just before this one, you can specify, okay, serialized name, and you can paste this here. Now that could solve the issue. Let's try running this one once more. Okay, refresh the page. Okay, we can run it once more. Now let's go to the orders. Okay, now that worked, you can see. Price is also working. Everything is showing up. Now we have to add this item details, right? We can add this price, dollar, etc. That is easy. You could add that. Let's go to the adapter. Okay, where is it? Well, we are setting this details that is here. Okay, you can simply add a string here plus, and this is price. This is order ID. So order ID, and we can use this symbol. And here this is payment ID. So payment ID, we could do something. Okay, let's add payment ID. Payment ID is also not showing up. Okay, we can check that also. And then this one is price. For the price also, we can add a string here, and you can set it like price and maybe like dollar. Okay, first of all, you can give this colon and then dollar and then the value. Okay, now that should be solved. Let's try refreshing this. Okay, let's go back and try coming back in. Okay, now that is solved. For order ID and the ID, then this payment ID, that is null. Right now, we have to add the serious name for this payment ID as well, I guess. Okay, so let's without checking, let me just try adding this one. Okay, that is let me just copy this here, and I underscore. Most probably this will be the one that I'm using. Run this one. Okay, let's check the payment ID. Okay, now here we can see that it is already null. Okay, so that these items might be entered while we are testing, so that's why it is showing null. Okay, that is fine. So we might be having at least one with proper payment ID. So let's check it, which one is having proper payment ID. Let's go to the page number 2. Let's copy this link and let's open that here. Okay. I changed the view. So let's I changed the I was returning the JSON. Instead of that, I changed it to return the view, and you can see the 13th one is having the payment ID. Okay, so let's check that one. So this is the view that I am trying to recreate in the Android side. So we'll be showing this order and the payment ID, total price, and the products, and the list of all the products. We'll not be using a list view. You can use a list view. I might be using this text view and simply adding the text, and that might be enough for now. We can work on that later on. Okay, so now we can simply scroll down and check if we are having one with the payment ID. Most probably we should be having one. Okay, let's scroll down further. Okay, we are not getting one, I guess. So let's just try payment ID is correct, right? And let's try just reinstalling the app and go to the orders. Okay, you can see that we are adding it inside this getter. That's not the place that you should add this one. Okay, that was the issue. Okay, I have been doing this for a long time, continuously recording, so this could happen. Okay, now you can give a semicolon here, which you can simply make the stringer. Okay, now you can add the serious name here. Now that should solve the issue, I think. Okay, this should solve the issue. And simply install the app once more and go to the orders. Okay, now this should work properly. Let's scroll down. Okay, one is having the ID installed, which is order 13, I guess. Okay, the current user that we are logged in might not be having the ID. So that could also be an issue. And the user that we have logged in from the website might be having this one. So let's try logging out. So we are not having the logout function implemented. So we have to uninstall the application and we have to install it again. So let's do that. So let's come here and okay, let's go to app info, and you can either clean the storage or you can uninstall it. Okay, both are fine. Let's run it again. Now you'll have to log in with the details that you are having, info@codesec.com, and the password was, I think, 123456789, and click on login. Okay, now go to orders, and here we can see this one is having order ID. So the previous ones didn't had order ID. That was the issue actually. So this one is having order ID. Okay, that means it is working. So our UI is complete. Okay, we have to show the item details. So forgot about that. So let's go back to the adapter. Okay, this one, and here maybe inside a for loop we could simply show the maybe the price or quantity, something like that. So let's do that. So let's create a string builder. Okay, buildr, and create an object for string builder. We can name it like, okay, string builder itself. New string builder, and inside that we, okay, you can just give a semicolon, and we have to start a for loop for this. And inside that we can call product details, I guess. Product details, which is inside order history. Okay, we are having product details, one inside the home and one inside this history. And I think one inside this home page is, let's go inside that. It is an activity. Okay, it is an activity. You have to make sure that you are using the one that is product. Okay, product, one that is inside the history. Okay, one that is inside the history is a model class. Okay, that looks like this. Okay, with the getters and setters. Okay, so you have to use that here and create an object of that, and we can simply get the details from this one, which is like products, I guess. Product dot get product details, and inside this for loop we can use string builder dot append, and we can get product details dot get, I think it was name. Okay, name, and then you can call one more append, and I can simply pass /n and give a semicolon here. Now this will get the details that we need here. Okay, you can call get name here. Okay, get name, and that's it. Okay, and now we have to simply set this to the text view that we have, that is holder dot items dot set text, and you can use this string builder. So it is string builder dot toString, and that's it. Now we can try running this one and check how it is going to be. So simply run this one, open the emulator, and it is installed. Let's go to the orders, and okay, it is crashing right now. So let's go to the logcat and check what is causing this one. Okay, it is here. Okay, you can see that the set text is on a null. So let's come here and let's minimize the emulator. We might have forgot to initialize this item. So let's go here. Okay, that's what happened. So let's add items here. Okay, sorry, we can add items here, and the ID that is this one. Okay, order history items, you can give that here. So simply add this one. Okay, that was the error. You can simply go to the logcat and you can easily identify the errors. Okay, and let's go to orders, and okay, now you can see product 1, the title is displayed here. Okay, let's see if we are having, okay, this one is having 2 items in the same order. You can see product 3 and product 4. You can see that here. Okay, now if you want to show few more things like quantity or price, etc., we can show that. So if you check this JSON response earlier, you can see that we are having name, quantity, and the price, and slug image, etc. So you can use any of these details. Okay, and we can show the price and the quantity now. So for that we have to go inside this product details, and you can see we are having get quantity and price as well. Okay, so that is fine. So we simply have to call them. So maybe like we can okay, after this get name, we can simply add something. Let's add some space, and let's add this one, and let's remove this /n for now, and let's try to design it properly. Okay, and we can maybe use dot append once more, and we can use product details dot get price or quantity. First quantity. Okay, get quantity, just get quantity, and we can use the same append once more and add it here. Okay, let's come back here and can add one more append, and it is going to be product details dot get price, I guess. And now our final append for that /n. Okay, now this should have all the details that we need. Let's try running it this one. Okay, let's go to the orders. Now we could see that we are displaying the details, that is the quantity and the price. Let's add some more details, like let's come here and let's add a string here, and maybe something like we could use let's add quantity, and we could also make this one more append. Okay, let's add it like this, and the dot append and this one. Okay, now just like this we can do one for this price as well. It is going to be price, and we need a dollar symbol as well, right? So that's it. Now we can try running this, and let's open the data, and let's go to the order history. Okay, now you can see product 1, quantity 1, and this price as well. Now for the one with more than one, you can see this one. Okay, hope it is visible properly. Okay, this is the order history page. Now on clicking this one, we haven't done anything. You can maybe implement on clicking this product 3, you can take the users to the details page of the product 3. That is possible, you can do that. So for now, we are not going to that area because we have already discussed a lot of things, and now we have to check the webhook as well. So let's go to the web part and check the webhook, and we can see how to host this project to an actual server, because currently I am keeping on changing this. If you go to this API client, you can see this IP is changing. Okay, if you check the start of this video, this IP will be different. Okay, so I'm keeping on changing this IP so that I could connect to this properly. Otherwise, you will get errors. Okay, so keep on checking this IP. For checking the IP, you can simply open your command prompt and check IP config and hit enter, and you should be connected to your Wi-Fi, and you can see this one is your local IP address. Simply use that. That's all. You can simply use that local IP, and you can use it here and run it. Okay, that's all. So that's what I'm doing. So you have to keep on changing this. So after development, we can deploy this to something, some cloud, and we could simply see how we can do that. So first of all, we can check the webhook and then deploy the application to a server. So for that, you can open this api.php, and you can see I have already added one route here. So this was done during we developed the web version of this one. Okay, so I'm going to show you this one. You can pause the video and you can type that in. I will also explain certain things. So you can see this is the route that you have to add. Okay, the first thing is to add the API route. It is of type any, and you can simply add this path. This is the order manager class, and it is from this controller, and it is not from the mobile controller. It is from this one. So you can add that properly. Okay, and simply add that. Now you can go inside this webhook, and here, okay, let me just, okay, and here you can see we are having this webhook secret, which is added to the .env, and that is added to the config file as well. So let's go to the .env, and you could see this one is the webhook secret. You have to add it. Currently, we haven't added it. Okay, we will be adding it after deploying. Okay, and because we need the link to add this webhook to the dashboard. So where is it? Okay, this one, and here. The next thing is we are simply getting the payload and getting the signature here, and simply verifying that here. And this is the related to verifying and the error handling, etc. And the main thing starts here. So here our event that we have set as the checkout session, which we are using in the web part. So for our Android part, we need to add one more. So let's add one more. Okay, let's come here, and we can add like else if, and we can set event type equals, and we can set this as payment intent succeeded. Okay, so we are checking if the event type is equal to this one. And if it is true, we can open this one, and we can just copy this much from here, and okay, and we can give that here. Okay, let's come here and we can give that here. So instead of the session, we can maybe like change it to payment intent, simply renaming the variable. That's it. Okay, rename the variable here, and that's it. And here we are getting the order ID, which we are passing through the metadata. Okay, so earlier we are passing the metadata. So I'll show you where. Okay, 1 second. Let me just take that. And okay, we are passing the metadata here. Okay, order ID and metadata. So that we are accessing it in this one, in the webhook. You can see that here. We are accessing that here and adding it here. Then the payment ID, which will be inside this, and I think it is the ID. Okay, or maybe this one. Okay, we can check that. Okay, later on we can verify that. And what else do we have? Okay, we need that. Here we are finding the order based on the order ID that we are getting here, and we are simply updating this details, that is the payment ID, and also this status we are setting it as payment completed, and we are saving it. That's all. So that's what we are doing in the webhook. So simply add this else part as well, and this one is to handle the checkout session on the web part. And you can do these. You can simply post the video and you can type these. So this is our webhook function. You can add this webhook function to your code, and this is the response. On success, we are simply sending 200 status and success. That's it. Okay. So after this response, the webhook will not be triggered again and again. So that's why we are setting the status to 200. Otherwise, the webhook will keep on sending the triggers until it is for a certain time. Okay, there is a limit and all. For a certain time, it will keep on sending. And to avoid that, you can simply send this success. You have to send this. Okay, they are saying that you have to send it. You can check the documentations. Otherwise, you can read that and understand that in proper. And in case of some errors, okay, in case we are getting this error, we are setting the status to 400. That means it will retry. Okay, the webhook will retry, and maybe the issue could get solved and all. Okay, and you can also add some try catch here as well, or handle the errors properly here. You can simply add an else part for this if and all, and you can handle that. So that's it. So this will be our webhook. You can see I have added this inside this controller, that is order manager. You can also add this inside this mobile/order manager. Simply create this function somewhere in your controllers. That's all. Simply create this function somewhere in your controllers, and you have to call this function from your route, that is api.php. Simply call this, and we are calling that function from this route. You can see, use the controller name that you have created this function on, and simply call that function here, give this route, and that's it. You're good to go. So that's all with the webhook. Now we have one more thing that we have to do, that is this inside the env, we have to provide this webhook secret that we'll be doing after uploading this to a server. So first of all, we will be uploading this to GitHub. So we can create a new repository. Or in order to upload to GitHub, we will be using Git. So if you're not having Git installed on your system, you can simply come to this URL, and you can simply click on download and download for your device, whichever device that you are using. You can download that and click on Windows if you are using Windows, and you can simply install it using clicking next, and it will be added to your device. That's it. You don't have to change anything while installing. You can simply click on next and it will be added. Okay. Or you can simply watch any videos. Many videos will be available on how to install Git. So simply install and set up your Git. It's very easy. You can simply download and install it. And after that, you can follow along here. So now we can create a new repository. So let's create a repository for this. You can give a name for the repository, and we can set this to private, and simply click on create repository. That's enough. Now here we can see these commands. Okay, so we'll be using these commands to upload our project to this repository. So you can copy the first one. Let's copy this one, git init, and you can open your project. That is, you should have your git installed properly, then only you could run this command and all. And you can open your Laravel project. Okay, open your Laravel project, simply open your terminal. You can open any terminal. I am using the integrated terminal. You can open the terminal and simply go to this project directory. That's all. Open your project and navigate to this directory. If you are doing this in VS Code, simply open your terminal and make sure that you are in this exact directory. That's all. This is your project directory. And then you can run this command git init and hit enter. Now you might also get when you are doing this, you might get option to log into GitHub, and I might not get because I might be already logged in. So if you're getting an option to log in, you can simply log in, not right now, but when we proceed forward, you might get it. Okay. Now you can run this git add. Instead of just readme, you can add a dot there. So let's copy next command, that is this one, commit, and we can type git add space dot and hit enter. Now we can paste the git commit command that we copied here. Okay, simply run this command and you can hit enter. Now this is added. Now you can specify the origin, simply copy this line, copy this one, and we can paste this here and hit enter. Now origin is also specified. Now you can simply call this one, copy this one, and we'll be changing this main to something else. So copy this one and paste this one here, and we can change it to master something and hit enter. Now this will push your project to GitHub and wait for this to complete. Okay, it is added. Now you can go to GitHub and refresh the page. Simply refresh the repository and you can see this is created and a master branch is created, and you can see it is added. So our project is uploaded properly now. For hosting this project, we'll be using Cloudways by DigitalOcean. If you don't have an account, you can simply create a new account here, and you can use this promo code CC and get a discount of 25% on your invoices for 2 months. Simply fill up these details and you can create your account. Now I have created my account and I have logged into the account. So this will be how it is going to look like. You can simply click on add a server and you'll get this kind of UI, and here you can select Laravel application, this one, and you can set an application name and name for the server. You can set it like ecom, okay, application name, and you can set the project. If you are not having this, simply create one. Okay, that's all. And we can select DigitalOcean as it is much cheaper than other ones, and you can select 2 GB as well, since this is not a production website. And we can select the location here. Let's go with London, and you can click on launch now. Now this will create your server for you. So wait for this to complete and your server will be ready. So now the server is created. So let's go inside the server, and you can see this is our SSH credentials. You can log into this one, and we'll be making changes. First of all, let's go to the application and check our Laravel application. You can see this is our Laravel application. We have to run the migrations and all, and we will be doing that soon. So you can see the current version of the Laravel application in this URL. This is a temporary URL. You can click this one and that will open up here. And this is a default project. Now we have to log into this server using SSH. For that, we can simply copy this IP and also this username and also the password from here. And you can open this command prompt and type SSH and simply paste the username, that is this one, and then the IP address, that is this one, and you can hit enter and you can type yes here. I hope it is visible. Okay, you can simply type yes here and hit enter, and it is asking for password here. You can see that here, and now you can paste the password, that is this one. Okay, click that and hit enter. Now you are logged in to the server using SSH. Now here we have to check what are folders that we have, ls, and you can see applications. So cd applications and then one more ls, and you can see this folder. Okay, you can see that on the dashboard also, the Cloudways dashboard also, you can see this. You can also change this if you required, and cd, paste this and hit enter, and ls, you can see public HTML. So inside this, we are having our default Laravel project. So you can try removing this. It won't get removed, but the contents inside this folder will be easily removed. Okay. Or you have to go inside this one and you have to remove them manually. Each of them you have to remove it. So it is easier to try and remove this one. So you can simply try rm-r and public HTML and hit enter. Now you can see permission denied. But now you can simply try ls and you can see that folder is there. And then now you can try cd public HTML and try ls inside that, and you can see it is empty. Now there is nothing inside this one. Now we can upload our project to this directory. For that, you can open the Cloudways dashboard once more, and we can go to our application, Laravel application, and go to deploy via Git, this option. Click on that, and here you can click on generate SSH key. So here we can see the SSH key which is generated now. So click on view SSH key, and you can copy this one from here, and we have to go to the GitHub page. Simply open your GitHub repository that you just created and go to the settings and scroll down, and you can see deploy keys. Click on that, and here click on add deploy key, and we can paste the key here. You can give it a name, something, and you can click on add. You don't need the write access, only read access is required. You can click on add key. Now the key is added, and you can go back to your Cloudways. Here you can click on cancel, and we can add the remote address. Okay, for that you have to go back to GitHub. Here you can go to this repository and click on code, and you can get this SSH, and you can copy this one from here. Simply copy this one, and we can paste that here. Okay, now that one is added here. You can add that here and click on authenticate. I'll wait for this to complete. So now it is authenticated. Now you can click on this branch and select the branch master and simply click on this start deployment. Now you have to wait for this to complete the deployment process. You can see that process is completed. Now you can go back to this access details, and here we are having the database details here. So we have to change these database details on our .env file. And if you remembered, we didn't uploaded the .env file. So you have to create this .env file now, because it is not ideal to upload .env file to GitHub. So don't do that. So you can create it afterwards. So let's copy these details from here, and you can open your Laravel project. Let's minimize this one, and we can go to .env. That is this one. And here, where is it? The database details is here. Okay, we can paste the details here. So the password is here, and the username, I think it is this one. Okay, so there is a confusion. Let's go back and check once more. Okay, you can see that the username and the database name is same. So let's give that as well. So let's give the password once more. This is the password, and this is the username, and this is the database name. So give these details, and now you can copy everything from here. Okay, simply copy everything. Okay, before that, it is better to add this webhook URL to your Stripe dashboard. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to update the .env file again. So let's add that first of all. Okay, before uploading this .env file, we can add this Stripe webhook secret. So for that, you can simply open this URL. Right now, you will get an error. Don't worry about that. You can copy this URL, this temporary URL that you are having here. Okay, so this is the temporary URL. You can simply get this one here. Simply click on this, and you can copy that URL here. And then you can go to your Stripe dashboard. Simply open your Stripe dashboard, log into this one, and go to developer option, this one. And here we can go to webhook, this option. And here I am having one which is active. Let's delete that one. Okay, you can delete this one. This one we added during the development of web version of this one. And now we can click on add an endpoint, and you can paste the URL that we just copied here, and you can add API/Stripe/web. So this is our URL. Okay, so you can add this URL here. So webhook. Okay, make sure that you don't make any typos. If you're having any doubt, you can check this in the route section. So here in the route section, api.php, you can see this is the route that we are using. So say use same route, you have to use it. Okay, so that is the route that we are using here. And this /API is the default one for APIs in Laravel. So give that here. Okay, so this is the main URL, and you can give the path here. That's it. And now description, that is not required. Now, okay. Now select this listen events. Okay, so you can select checkout, because we have a checkout implemented for this web part. So select this checkout, and you can select all, even though we have only checking this one, that is session completed. You can check all, that's fine. And then for the checkout, you can check all, and then you can come here. And we are having one more thing, that is this payment intent, and this one, payment intent succeeded. Okay, this one. You can check all for this as well. If you want to handle other things like failed processing, etc., you can do that as well. So the main thing is this one. You can enable this. You have to enable this payment intent dot succeeded. Okay, so enable this one, and now we are having this payment intent enabled and this checkout option enabled, and you can click on add events. That's it. Okay, you don't have to check this part. This part you can see they are showing how to handle all these events properly. If you want to handle them, you can do that. We are currently handling the one, that is this one, and also the checkout session completed, this one. Okay, that's all required right now. And click on add endpoint. Now this will be added, and you will get your secret thing. Okay, webhook secret, you could get it here. Okay, so click on this reveal, and you can copy this webhook secret from here. That's all. Copy this one, and now we can open this .env, and you can paste this webhook secret here, and our .env file is complete now. Now with our database details updated and the Stripe details updated properly, you are good to go. Now you can simply copy everything from this .env file. Copy everything from this .env file. Okay, and you can open your SSH command prompt. So come back to your command prompt here, and here you can simply type ls now, and you can see we are having a lot of things here. You can see these things available here. So this is our Laravel project. So now we can simply create a .env file. So for that, before that, we will be running this composer install option that we'll be doing now very soon. So before that, we can create .env file. So for that, you can use cat and use this greater symbol, and you can give the file name, that is .env, and hit enter. Now you can paste all the content here. Click on paste anyways, and you can click on Ctrl+C to close that. Now you can type ls, and you can see .env file added. Okay, ls space -a, and hit enter, and you can see the hidden files as well. You can see this .env file added. Okay, now everything is added, and it is going to work. Now if you want to remove, you can remove this zip file. That is not required. You can remove that. And now we have to install this Laravel project. For that, composer install. Simply call this and hit enter. Okay, we are getting an error. This should be related to PHP version. Let's check that. Okay, PHP version, you can see that PHP version, etc. So let's change our PHP version. So go back to our Cloudways, and let's go to the server. Open the server and go to settings and packages. I think it is inside this package. Let's check. Okay, it is inside this package. And you can see it is 8.1, and we need something which is higher than 8.2. So let's select 8.2 itself, and click on continue, and wait for this to complete. Now the PHP version is updated. You can see that here. Now we can go back to the terminal and try this once more. So let's try running composer install once more. Now you can see composer install is working properly. If you are getting any other errors, you can ask that in the comment section, and we will be responding to them. So feel free to ask your doubts in the comment section, and we will respond to them. So this is complete. Now our Laravel application is ready to run. But before that, we have to run the migrations. So run this command php artisan migrate, hit enter. Now this will create all the tables that you need inside the database. Now that's it. Now you have to add some details to this products table. Then only you will be having some products. Okay. So that's it. So we can try running the application now and it will load. So first of all, let's try opening our project Laravel application, this one, and let's try accessing this URL. And you can see this is our Laravel project, but it is showing nothing here because there is nothing here to show. You have to add something and then only it will show something. Okay. So it is empty. That's why it is showing like this. Don't worry. So let's click on login and you can see login here. You have to register a new account because there is no users registered right now because it is a fresh database. Okay. And this one is the previous one. If you refresh this one, that will go away. Okay. And now you have to give this URL to your Android project. Okay. So copy this main URL and in your Android project, you can simply open this API client and paste this URL here. That's all. Okay. This much. So hope it is visible. Paste that URL here properly. And /API is also included. You have to add this. Okay. In this exact file, api.client.java, you can add this URL here. And this is going to work. That's it. So add your URL properly here and you can try running this and check it. Okay. So now we can minimize this one. And first of all, let's add some products to the table. So for that, we can go back to our Cloudways, open the Cloudways dashboard, and we can click on this Launch Database Manager. You can select this application. Okay. And then you can click on this launch here. Okay. So that will launch the database. You can see that here. So this is our database and this is a fresh migration that we have done recently. And you can go inside this products and click on show data, select data, and you can see nothing here. So we have to add new things. So click on new item and you will get an option to enter the details to that table. So ID is auto increment. You don't have to touch it. And the title, let's set the title and let's enter some details to this product page. Now you can leave this created it and updated it. And you can click on this save and that will insert the details here. So simply click on this new and enter the details, whatever that you want to fill here. Let's type 2 here and this one also you can type here. 2, this slug has to be unique. So keep that in mind. And you can add some description here. Okay. And some image here. Let's add some description here and some image URL. So I'm simply copying the image from here. So let's take this one and copy the image address. You can give the link of the image here and that will be added here. Let's add the price. Let's keep it to like 300 and click on save and next. Let's add one more item. We'll be adding 3 items. That's it. So 3. Okay. Now we have entered 3 items to the products and you can see that here. Now we can simply go to our application, this one. Let's register a new user. Right now, if you go to the users table, you can see it is empty. No users here. So let's register a new user. So let's enter the email, name, etc. So name will be like codes easy and we can simply enter some password and hit on sign up. Now this will create a new account. You can see that here. And now we can enter the email here and enter the password here and click on sign in. Now this will take you to the home page and you can see that here. Okay. So we are having 3 items here and you can see the product details and all. So this is the web version of our application. Let's click on add to cart and it is added to cart. You can go to the cart and see this item here. So let's go back to home, add this to cart. Let's go to cart and you can see 2 items in the cart. Okay. So that's it. So everything is functional in the application. You can see that here. Let's go to order history and you can see there is nothing because we haven't made any orders yet. Okay. So the web part will be working. You can check that. Simply click on this checkout and fill in the details and it will work. Okay. It will work fine. I'll quickly show you the demo of the web part as well. Okay. Hope you saw that. So we have done a quick checkout for this in the web part, and let's go to this orders, and you could see this payment ID and all came in. Okay, that means our webhook is also working fine. So everything is working fine. You can see that here in the order history, we are having one item now. So our web part is working perfectly. Now let's go to the Android section and see the demo and how our application has came in. So here in the Android part, you have to change this URL. That's it. And now you are good to run this application. So simply click on this run. Now you can see that our app has launched and nothing is happening. That should be because we have deleted the user details. And also let's simply uninstall this application and install it again. So simply uninstall it and let's click on run again. Now you can see it will take you to the login page. So let's use the login page. You can create an account also. That works. Okay, we haven't added this option to navigate between login and registration here. So let's quickly add that as well. So that's a very quick thing. So you can come here inside the login. Let's come here in the login. Where is it? Okay, here. Let's add. Okay, we are having this text here and we are having this ID as well. Okay, so let's go to our login activity. That is here. You can see login, and here let's add an object for this text view. So we can do that here itself. Okay, and the text view, and let's give it an object text view like rt something. Okay, equals find view by id art dot id dot and give the ID that we just took from there, and text view dot set on click listener, new on click listener, and you can start the activity. Start activity, new intent, and get application context, give a comma, and register. I think it was register.class. Okay, that's it. Now you can call finish here. INASH. Okay, so that is done. Now on clicking that text, it will take you to the registration page, but you also need text in the registration page to take you back to the login page. So copy this from here and let's go to register. I think we have already done added the text for that in the view part. So let's go to this activity register, and yes, we are having this one, and the ID we have to change it. Okay, let's change it to login txt. That is better. Okay, now you can go back to Java, and here we can paste this one that we just copied here. Okay, import the class for text view. You can change this object name to like this. Okay, and keep this here. This you have to change it. Very important. Okay, otherwise your app will crash. ID you have to match perfectly with your layout files. So it is like login txt, and change this to login. That's it. Now your app is good to go. Run it. Now the app has launched. Let's click on this text view. Create your account here. You can see we are taken to the register. Click on this login. We are taken back to the login page. If you click on back, it will close the app. Okay, so that's why we are calling this finish. Okay, so when you click on this activity, that the login activity is finished, and only register activity is here right now. Okay, so if you click on back, it will close the app. Okay, hope you understand that. Now we can log in. So info codesec.com, and let's enter the password, and let's click on login. Now you can see login is successful. We haven't added the progress bar and all. You can add it. So you can see all the items here. Okay, so we are having 3 items, and that details are available here. Now click on this one, and you can see details page loaded, and we are having add to cart option here. So here we can see that the price is not having the dollar symbol, which is very easy to add. You can simply go to the home page. Let's come to this adapter, I guess, and here we will be having a set text somewhere, and this is it. Simply add this one, a plus here, and you can set it like, if you want to add a price like this, price, and then the dollar, you can add it like this. Okay, very simple, and you can update it, and that will make the change. Let's close the app and open it once more so that it will change. Okay, now you can see it is updated. Click on this one, and let's add this to the cart. Add it to cart. You can see the toast below, and click back. Let's go to the cart. You can see that here. Let's go to the order history. We are already having one. You can see that here, the one that we made through the web just a few minutes before. Okay, So you can see that here, it's here. Now let's go to the cart and let's proceed. Click on proceed. You can try removing. Let's click on remove and you can see it is removed. Let's add one, two of them, and let's try clicking remove once more. Okay, one is removed. See, now click on proceed. Okay, we can try adding more items. Let's add this one as well, and let's go to the cart. Now we are having 2 items. Let's click on proceed. Okay, we have to enter these details. Now you can enter these details and click on pay now. Now this will open our Stripe payment option. You can see that here. Okay, now let's use a demo card. So you can use this one, 4111, and simply add an expiry which is above our current month and year. Add some CVV here, and you can enter something here. That works because this is in test mode. Okay, and click on pay and wait for this to complete, and you can see payment is completed. Payment successful. Now, okay, after payment successful, we can close this activity. Okay, so let's add that option as well. So for that, where is it? You can come to this one, I guess. Okay, here, okay, this page, I guess, and we are having a toast done here. Where is it? Okay, here is it. Okay, you can see that this is the toast. Payment successful. You can see that. Yeah, okay. Let's minimize that, and we can add one thing, that is finish. Let's add finish, and that's it. Now when this is completed, it will call finish, and it should take you back to the cart page, I guess. So to avoid that, we can, instead of this just one finish, we can add an intent as well. So something like let's create an intent object. Okay, so you can see that I have added this intent object, and we are opening the main activity from the address page. If the payment is successful, we are going to close all the activities in between, and we are going to the main activity. And in order to close all the activities in between and all, you can use this flag here. Add these 2 flags. Just add this to your intent object, intent dot add object, and you can specify these. Okay. And that's it. Okay, let me just hit Control Z, and okay. So simply add these, and you are good to go. And then you can call the start activity of intent, pass the object, and then you can call the finish activity. That's it. And now we can simply try running this one, and we can see. Let's go to the cart and check if everything is there. Okay. Okay, we forgot to clear the cart. So in the I hope you remember, we told you that you have to clear this cart from the webhook. Okay, so we have to do that. So in order to do that, we have to open our webhook. So let's go to the webhook page, and that is this controller. Open that, and in this function, we need user ID, right? So we need the user ID in order to delete the cart items. So for that, I think we have to pass the user ID as well. Okay, so let's add one more thing, user ID, order ID. Along with the user order ID, we'll be passing user ID as well. Okay, so add this, and let's change this to user ID. Now we are receiving this here, but we are not passing. So in order to pass that, let's come here, and you can go to this home. Or we can simply delete that when you initiate the payment. That is also fine, but that is not the right way. Okay, we can pass it. That's better. Okay, so open this order manager inside this mobile, and here we can pass the user ID along with this. So simply pass user ID, give a comma here, and add this line here, and instead of order ID, it will be user ID. And you can pass the user ID with auth of user of ID. That's it. Now that will pass the user ID, and we are receiving the user ID here. Okay, this should match exactly as what you are passing here. Okay, now we are doing this in the mobile part. We have to do that in the web part as well. Okay, since if you are following from the previous video for the web version, you can do this on the web part as well. So go to this product manager, I guess, and here are somewhere we are doing the same. Okay, not here. So let's check that. It should be inside this orders, and we can simply check this one, and you can see that here. Okay, you can see this session, checkout session creating here, and we are passing the metadata here. Simply add our user ID here, this one. That's all. Simply add this one here, and you're good to go. And now you have to upload this to the webhook. Otherwise, this will not be updated on the server. So you have to update this on the server in order for this to work. Right now, the current version will not be having this, which is in the server will not be having this one. So for that, I will be connecting my PHP Storm to the server. So for that, you can go to this one. Let's go to settings, and let's click on deploy somewhere. Here you can see that here. Okay, deployment, and we can add an SFTP, and let's name it something, ecom, and we can simply add a new details here. So let's copy this details from the Cloudways dashboard. So here in the Cloudways dashboard, let's go to the servers, select the server, and you can copy these details. Okay, copy these details. That's it. And we can paste the password here. So the password is this one, and paste the username, that is this one. Okay, and the host, that is this one, and port should be this one. Okay, and click on the save password, and try clicking on this test, and this should work. Okay, so I'm using PHP Storm. If you don't have PHP Storm, you can use some plugins in VS Code and all. I'm not sure which plugin that you should use. You can simply try searching, and you should be able to, the process should be almost same, but it would be somewhat different. UI would be different and all. So you simply have to update the details, nothing else. Okay, so click on OK here, and we have added this one, and let me just make it bigger here. Okay, and here we have added this. Now let's select the root path, and that should be here inside the applications. We are having this folder, and inside this public HTML, we are having the root folder. This is the root folder. Click OK. You can give the URL here. That's not a problem right now. And let's select this path and click on OK, and click on OK here. That's it. Now our PHP Storm project is connected to that server. You can see that here. Okay, now it is connected to the server. Okay, and you can easily upload this file to the server by going to this deploy option here, and click on upload to this server, and click on yes, and it will be uploaded. You can see logging in, and it is uploaded. You see, that's it, one file uploaded. So this is why I ask you to use PHP Storm if possible. Otherwise, you can achieve the same thing with VS Code or any other IDEs, but you will be having some plugins and all those things that you have to figure it out. So that's why you simply have to add these details. You can use maybe like FileZilla and make this change. That's fine. Okay, simply use FileZilla and open that file and make this change. It will work. That's all. You somehow have to update these things. You have to add this line and this line here. Okay, let me just update this one as well, and click on upload. Yes, and that's it. Now you have to add this and this, and also in the mobile, I guess we are also having one webhook part. Okay, where is it? Webhook part. In the webhook part also you have to add it. It is inside this controller, and we can see that here. Okay, so add this one here. Where is it? Okay, this one here, and also on the bottom you have to add it. Okay, here also you have to add it. Otherwise, okay, you have to change this to this variable and metadata and user ID. Okay, now we are getting user ID here. Okay, both of the places we are getting the user ID. Now we need to simply clear the cart for this specific user. That's all. Simply use user model. So I'm going to do this inside this if condition. Okay, so user model, and you can fetch var and give let's give user ID. This is the field column name. Okay, and we can pass user ID and simply call delete. That's all. Now that will be deleted. Copy this from here and paste that here in the else part here, else if part. Okay, you can paste it here, and that's it. Now that will delete the cart. Okay, sorry, you have to use cart model, not the user model. You have to use the cart model. Sorry for that. You have to use the cart model, not the user model. It's the cart model. Okay. Don't make the mistake. It is the cart model, and you are selecting user, the items that belong to that specific user, and deleting it. That's all. From the cart model, we are deleting it. Okay. So add this line to both these if conditions, and you're good to go. You have to make sure that it is in the cart model. Okay. It's the cart model. Okay. Now you can upload this once more to the server. After making the changes, you have to upload it. Okay. Otherwise, it will not be uploaded in the server. In PHP Storm, you also have an option to auto deploy. Let's go to this tools here. Since I'm zoomed in too much, I cannot access these tools easily. Okay. You can see that here. Okay. You can simply click this option, and whenever you make a change, like let's hit a backspace here, and if you go outside this context window, and it will be automatically saved. So that's it. Now we are good, and we can try running this application once more. So let's try doing that here in the Android part. So this is our Android part. Let's remove the first one and this one as well. Let's keep this one and click on proceed. Now inside our cart, you simply go to this cart. You can see we are only having one, that is this product 2. Let's click on OK, proceed, and let's fill these details. Simply fill in these details and click on pay now. That will open the Stripe payment option. Simply fill in these details and click on pay now. So after the payment is completed, you can see that we are taken back to the home page. Now if you try to click the back button, the app will close. See, that means all other activities are closed. Now if you go to the cart, you can see nothing in the cart. So that means our cart is also cleaned. Go to the orders page, and you can see the new order that we made. You can see that here, order 3. Okay. And our previous order that is here, and the other previous order that we made from the web, that is also here. Okay. So hope you understand. So our application is fully functional, and you can work on the UI. UI is pretty basic, and you can work on it. So hope you understand this video. If you have any doubt, feel free to ask them on the comment section. I'll be responding to them. You can also join our Discord and the WhatsApp group, so you can have discussions there. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to this channel for more such videos.